morning, everybody, and welcome to another at-home Mega Make and Take event. Aren't you excited, Miss Vickyville?
I'm so excited. I love Mega Make and Take.
I know, and we have a great lineup today for sure. So, we just so everybody knows, our segment today is pre-recorded. Vicky and Bill and I are at home doing the Mega Make and Takes with you guys. And also all of our vendor segments are also videotaped. And that is so if you have a question during the Mega Make and Take, you can type them and ask them, and which is really good.
And I always do.
I know there's always some question that comes up.
No. Can I buy that on the website?
Yes, right. What's the discount? And for sure, great demos today and always great show specials and discounts they offer. So you will want to make sure that you stick around all day. And if for some reason you need to step away for a minute or so, you can always go back and watch it on YouTube. So you'll want to make sure that you are part of our YouTube crafting family. So you will go to Stamp and Scrapbook Expo and you'll subscribe to our YouTube channel. And then down here in the corner, there is a bell that you'll want to hit. And that way you will get notified of all of our great at-home events coming up. We have them on the weekends, during the week. Yep. You just never know when one's going to show up. So
so much fun all the way around every time.
Exactly. And then if you want to get an email to know about all of our great at-home events and specials, you want to go to craftathomeevents.com and sign up for our newsletter. And we send out a weekly newsletter with all of our happenings as well. So two great ways of keeping in touch with us. So,
right, absolutely, being in the know.
Exactly.
I get those emails and I'm just like, oh, that's right, that's happening.
It's like, oh, we got to work this Saturday. Or, No, it does because, we kind of change our week. So it is a good reminder for sure.
And I also just have to say, I've been learning so much on these weekday events.
Yes.
That, like with stenciling, the stencil, event was so good because I've been wanting to use more stencils.
Exactly. So and that's really in the go right now.
Yeah. And shaker cards and even just coloring is really neat.
Yes.
And I'm loving them. So you want to keep in that know on that craftathomeevents.com because it really gives you that what's coming up, so you don't want to miss anything. Yeah,
and we have all different types of things. Like Vicki was saying, we have stenciling. It's each of our weekday events kind of with spotlight on a certain thing, so that's always nice. So we're here today. Gosh, we had a big weekend with our play event last weekend, and we had. Did you have a great St. Patrick's Day, Miss Vickyville?
I sure did. With my 𝐤𝐢𝐭𝐡. That's his nickname, 𝐤𝐢𝐭𝐡. Now, my husband, who's Irish, we always, have a fun little dinner and wear green and, just make fun desserts. And
you guys are always festive.
Yeah, we just have fun. We play like the traditional Irish music.
Nice.
Yeah, I love being It's so much fun, and my daughter, she makes like the soda bread.
Nice.
And it's just a really delicious and fun day, and I love the music. It's like...
Yeah, it's really happy.
Her eyes, they shine like the diamonds.
You're there with your beer going like this.
I don't know all the words, but I love that song, so I play it on repeat over and over.
Yeah.
I think it's Black Velvet Band.
Oh,
the headband.
There you go.
That's my favorite.
Fun.
Yeah. That's a fun
you
song.
Really go all out there with the background music. And
it's fun. I bring out my dishes, and it's just a good time. So we had a great time.
Yeah. And then you had a birthday. Your daughter had a birthday this past week.
Yes,
awesome.
She sure did. It was just low key.
Yeah.
Just having a nice dinner and
nice. Yeah.
She's 23.
Oh wow!
Can't believe it.
She just wanted it. She wanted calm. She does. It's like, oh, this would be so nice just to. Just a hangout party.
Just dinner and relaxing, and we kind of brought it from the St. Patrick's, day, the day before, because her birthday is on the 18th. So we kind of made it a 2-day event.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. There you go. Have that green beer for one day.
Exactly.
Well, and always everybody look, I shouldn't say we, Miss Vickyville has decorated us all for the Easter spring holiday coming up.
I love the fun colors. They're always so fun and festive and
springy, bright, springy, reminds you of happy.
How did you do with the time change with the spring ahead? Are you still...
you know what? I had to set my alarm the first couple of days because, except on Sunday, which I woke up at 8 o'clock in the morning, and I never wake up at 8 o'clock in the morning. It's normally 6:30.
Yeah.
But we had such a big day on Saturday. I think used all that energy, and I'm like, I just needed a rest. So
and it was your birthday.
Yes.
Dave's birthday was March 14th.
Yes,
so
last Sunday.
Yes, how was it? Give us the lowdown.
It was great. The kids came down from Santa Monica, the 3 grandkids and my son and daughter-in-law, and we went to
Tio's Tacos.
Tio's. I always want to say Tito's, but Tio's Tacos
in Riverside,
so
California.
Much fun because of all they have all these sculptures and art. It was great. It was outside.
Yes.
We didn't have to worry. Everything was good and safe, and so we had a great time. And then we all walked up Mount Rubidoux, and that was 2 miles up and 2 miles back, and it was really great. The kids, the youngest is 4-year-old, and she kept right up with us. And I was telling Vicki that she can talk for 4 miles, but she was so excited.
Tell them what you said.
So we were almost done, and it was past her nap time. So we were coming down the mountain, and she goes, Grandpa, we want to have a party. And I said, well, honey, we can't have a party right now. I said, maybe when it's your birthday in May, we can have a party. And she said, well, I'm going to go home and make some decorations. And I says, that'll be great. I said, you make some decorations, you can take a picture. She goes, okay. And she goes, and then I'm going to make a list of the things I like and don't like about you. And I thought, there's a list? I said, we'll see who gets what in May, because all 3 of the girls are in May. But she's so cute, and but it was so nice. It's always so nice to see them and everything. And they go hiking all the time. So, the oldest will be 12 this year.
Did you say she's a runner also?
She loves to run. Yes.
That's so good.
Yeah.
That's so good.
Yeah. So, and it was cool. And I was telling you, Vicki, earlier that she had seen they have a dog now, so they were out walking their dog, and they saw Gwyneth Paltrow walking her dog too.
That is so cool.
So I would have been
It's probably beautiful.
Yeah. So that was fun. So it was great. So boy, we've had this has been a really celebratory week for us.
It sure has. And that's
great.
That's good. Things are looking up.
Yes.
Things are, last year at this time, it was a really scary time.
Yes.
Don't want to take it down to a bad path, but just remembering, I remember last year at this time, we had no idea what we were going to do.
Yeah, it was
to be honest, with you guys, here at Expo, we were just like, what's going to happen?
Yeah. How do we get to our guests?
Yeah, it was so crazy. And now, this year of being together and kind of rethinking how to get to you. And,
being able to get shopping done, doing demos, Mega Make Takes. We've had our great card swaps and great specials with our merchandise. You've been able to get our buttons and lanyards, all those goodies.
Exactly. And a little funny note, not so much funny, but a little just being transparent. Before in this warehouse, because we had just moved into this warehouse a year ago. Well, before it used to be a gun store, I guess, or gun
it was
warehouse.
ammo, yes,
or ammo, or so. Dave and I were taking days, every day or every other day or whatever, taking turns coming in because it was so slow. There was no work. And we would have visitors come in almost every day asking to buy a gun.
Yeah, they'd come in and look at our display of scrapbook stuff. They said, "Is this an ammo shop?" We're like, "No."
We'd be like, "We don't sell guns. We sell stickers."
Yes.
So
so that's when we started locking the door.
Yes.
But
it was really weird.
It was. It kind of came in spurts, but that went away.
That's gone now.
Oh gosh. So, well, everybody, we're so glad that you're joining us today, and we know that you're going to enjoy all of these vendors. So you guys get ready for a really awesome project now from Kim at Page Muse, and we'll be back.
Hi, it's Kim from Blank Page Muse. I'm here with you today in Riverside, California with our little company, again, Blank Page Muse. We're online at blankpagemuse.com. I've got a very quick, short project to do with you. It's just stamping and stenciling. Doesn't take a lot of time, and you get this really wonderful card. Here we go. Okay, so here you go. There's all the supplies you should have received in your kit. You should have the watercolor panel. You should have the folded card base here, which I'm just going to go ahead and set that aside. We don't need it quite yet. You have your stamps. You have your 3 red rubber stamps. This is our vintage lady with some writing around here. It's kind of got an overall steampunk vibe, which is a lot of fun. You have a wonderful flower, which can be used on almost anything you can think of. And the wonderful sentiment, let your dreams blossom. I'm going to set these aside for a minute. All we're doing today is really, it's just stamping and a little bit of stenciling and then a teeny bit of coloring, so it's a really fast project actually. Let me set these aside. What I want to do first is put some color down on the watercolor panel, because I'm going to put a layer of yellow and I'm going to do it in kind of an arching pattern over here. I'm using Distress Oxide Squeezed Lemonade because it's a nice bright yellow that I have. Just get the brush or sponge, whatever you use, get it all nice and inky with your colors, and just start applying some yellow on here in a nice arcing pattern. That starts to fill in, so when we're stamping it's got some color behind it, especially with the oxides. When you get the oxide ink on top of the black stamping ink, it kind of gets a little pasty looking. So if you're using a different sort of color for the background, it'll probably be fine. But again, just get a little bit of yellow here, and that's going to make some highlighted areas. That looks good. So I'm going to set this aside, put the cap back on, brush off my brush. Okay, now got the base color on there, and we're going to get this ready to stamp. I'm using a stamp platform on this. It just helps really line everything up better and helps get the focal point, the lady on the background, helps get her a little straight. I'm also going to be using a piece of washi tape to help line everything up, and I'm just going to literally line it up to the bottom of her collar piece there. That just helps get it relatively straight. And let me grab my platform. Here we go. I'm going to put the ink side up and pick a part on the platform that I like. Put the magnets down. And then I'm going to take a scratch piece of paper because I want to do a test stamp on it to make sure it's relatively straight. So I'm going to line up the paper right over the card, the watercolor card base, just like so. Put the magnet back down. That's just going to help me know in my mind so that it's relatively centered and where I want it. Overall, the lady image is going to be in this part of the stamp here, kind of not really the middle, just offset just a little bit. And so here we go. Hope you can see this. Sorry if I'm covering up the code, but you got that. And bottom of her collar goes right about there. And it's going to stamp over a little bit, which is fine. There we go. Tape itself looks like it's parallel to the bottom, so I'm going to go ahead and attach it here. There we go. Okay, now I'm going to remove the tape and then ink up the stamp. And there we go. That looks pretty straight to me. She's not floating. And the image looks pretty good. So I'm going to go ahead and carefully remove the scratch paper out of there. Put the magnet back down. And I'm going to set the paper aside for now. And also, on the lady stamp, I really want to mainly focus on getting the head inked so it's nice and dark, And the text area on the sides, I don't really care too much if those get kind of blurry, so I'm going to just ink in the middle portion of the stamp over the face. That will help kind of blend into the background a little bit. So you just want to ink around her face, just using the corner of your ink pad. Get that inked. Don't worry too much about the text on the edges. You just want a little bit of it showing. If you have a small ink pad, it probably works really good to fit those tiny areas. Okay. Looks pretty nice and shiny. Let's get the first pressing down on it and see how that looks. Okay, not bad. I'm going to ink a little more in the middle to get that darker. Not quite dark enough for me. See how it looks. I'm actually going to take a paper towel I have here on the side. I'm going to wipe a little ink off of some of the text. That's probably a better way to do it. So it'll kind of fade into the background a bit. Okay, let's see how that looks. There, that's pretty good. I like that. I like how it's a little faint here. That'll help it blend. So we're done with that stamp. So you can go ahead and take that off your platform. Take it away and move on. Get ready for the next one. Set it aside. There we go. And for the sentiment, I want to line it up the same way. I want the sentiment to be on this portion of the card, basically right about there. And I want to make sure I get it on there straight again. So I'm going to use that washi tape. And I'm going to apply it right across this top part of the lettering here. And I want it down a little bit from the top. So I'm just going to get it as straight as I can, just eyeing it. I'm not going to measure anything, just eyeballing it. And can even put the test paper back down and stamp it. Do a trial run on the stamping, make sure it looks straight. There we go. Let's see, there's the edge there, and I want it in a little bit from the edge because it's gonna go over quite a bit. And that looks pretty good. And I see I didn't take the wax paper off this yet, so I'm gonna have to realign it. There we go. That looks pretty good. You can see where it is in relation to the lady there. So let's give it a test and see how that looks. Take the tape off and ink it up. Sometimes there's a little bit of the mounting cushion when we cut it. It leaves a little bit on the stamp, so when you do a test stamp, helps make sure you got that off and you're going to get a nice stamped image too. Okay. Set that paper aside. The other magnet down. There we go. And ink the stamp again. And that looks nice and dark. It's fairly close there. It looks good. I don't think it needs to be re-inked. It was stamped perfect the first time. Okay, I'll take this off. Now the next part is stamping the actual flowers. They're going to be stamped here and here. You can do it on the stamping platform, but I definitely put some paper underneath it because otherwise you're going to have ink everywhere. So you can do that. And I'm going to stamp the flower 4 times. I'm using the same stamp and we're just going to be rotating it. We're going to put one of them right here underneath blossom, so the blossom of the flower is coming up a little bit. We'll put another one here. And then we're going to do just the petals over here, and then coming in from the corner about like so. I'll start with the corner here. Attach the stamp. I scooted in a little bit so it stamps flat, so I had it too close to the edge of the platform. There. Okay, it looks pretty nice. Good at ink it just a little bit more in the middle here. Now I'm going to move it, and I want it basically in this area here, just to get the petals to come in. Set it down. I know it's got ink on it, so I'm going to be careful I don't scoot it. Pick it up, and it's already got part of the image there, so that looks pretty cool. Okay, it looks nicely inked. Now with the top, I want the blossom coming down, so I'm going to turn the stamp over and put it right about there. Again, I'm going to put it down carefully, so I scoot it, get a ghost line. Nice. Bring it back down and finish the image. Good. Now I've got to move the magnets because they're sitting in the area that I want. Next part of the stamp. Yeah. This time I want the blossom up, and I'm just going to angle it to try to tuck it in under the word blossom just a little bit. So right about there. Pick it back up. Yep, that's about where I want it. I want to get the middle just a little darker. Good. All nice and dark. Looks ready to take it off. Put the stamps aside and get the platform out of the way. Here we go. Of all the stamping in there, it's nice and tight, looks very colorful. And next I'm going to start putting in some of the fern background, these little wonderful fronds here and a bee. I'm going to start with this orange color and kind of place it like so. Just to have those little leaves in there, it just gives it some interest, and just stencil it over it a little bit. Some color there. And then without re-inking the brush, just move it down and just do another little rub on the stencil to get a little lighter shade. I'm just being careful I don't go over the stamping too much because it just kind of hides it a little bit. And I'm going to tuck some in over here in the same orange. I'm going to put a little more ink on it. Just come around the flowers a little bit and over the text is fine. Right up to her. There we go. And I'll put a little bit down here. Just building up some stencil layers is a lot of fun. Gives a lot of depth. The stamping is a little tighter on this one than the actual sample you saw, and it makes it nice and full. And I'm going to take a little bit of pink. There's another brush for that one. And I'm going to come over with another part of the stencil right through here. It's a little light blushy pink right up around the flowers, right through the middle section here. And I'll continue it a little bit around the sentiment right there. And there, it's pulling in some of the orange to get another color, which is really pretty, kind of like a sunset. And that definitely keeps some pretty color layers. Lift up the stencil. Oh, I like how that looks. And I'm going to tuck in a little bit of the bee. You've got your bumblebee here. I'm going to have it coming in up off this corner here. I'm going to go ahead and do it in pink also. You can do these in any colors you like. These are the colors I'm having fun with right now, so I think I use them a lot in my projects, but it's nice and bright and warm too at the same time. There we go. Got a little bit of the bee coming up. And I'm just going to layer over some more of the fern right here, again in the pink orange as the inks blend together a bit. Just get that shadowing, a little bit of depth going. And I'm going to take the same pink and just put a little bit of blush right on her face right here, just to fill in a little bit of color. So it's not quite so pale, just stark white. There we go. I don't know how well that's going to show up. Hopefully you can see it. It looks okay. And I think that's it for the stenciling. Actually, no. Sorry. I see another area. Up here, still kind of plain. I want some color there. So I'm just going to lay out the stencil over. So transparent, you could just layer it in very nicely. The inks work great for that. A little bit there. And if you see any other areas you want, just take your brush and just bring in a little bit of dabs like that. Nice patterns there. And if you use different areas of the stencil too, the petals are bigger down here at the bottom than at the top. So it just gives a lot more depth, almost a bouquet look. There we go. And we're just filling in all that area between the images with some of the fern stencil to bring in color and depth. There we go. I'm going to set that aside, and now ready to just color the flowers. And to color the flowers, I'm going to use my watercolor pens. They come in this nice set. They're Color It. I found them on Amazon. and it's a nice zipper pack. I have a water brush pen, and I'm going to do the flowers with the oranges and yellows, the petals, and in the very center of the flowers, I'm going to use this really deep red and a brown color just to deepen it. Set this aside out of the way, and here we go. Let's start with, I'm going to start here at the top. Let's start with the middle flower first, the middle of the flower, just touching it in, getting the color. I like just dabbing it, putting the color down. Darkening the edge of it a little bit. Then I'll come in with a water brush and just activate that watercolor a teeny bit. Again, just for kind of a dabbing motion, helps it blend. And if it looks too wet, watercolor paper, you can just dab it back off and it'll lift a little bit. It'll adjust your color intensity a teeny bit. Okay, let's go ahead and do the corner piece here. Now spin it around and go back over here. And the last center flower here. Okay, I got outside the lines a little bit, so I'm just going to use the water pen. Just pull a little bit of water on there and slop it up just a teeny bit. There we go. Looks fine. Alright, and the flowers, petals themselves, I'm going to start with a yellow, a lighter yellow. Just put a little brush stroke down on each section. Spin this around a bit. The flowers are really easy. You don't have to be real particular and stay within the lines. Just using just a quick watercolor effect on it. It's almost a quick wash. And it looks really neat. And it's just so fast to do. I'm going to come in with a little darker orange. Just get a little on there. Just quick broad strokes on it. Pulling it from the center outwards. And the last one over here. Okay, I'm going to use the water brush to get a little water going here to blend it, finish blending it, each petal. And while it's wet, I'm going to use the darkest orange and see if I can just get a little bloom of color right up in here. There we go. Again, I like that dabbing motion. That lets it puddle a little bit. If I come in with a light one here, and yeah, pull it down a little bit. I'll go ahead and do that on all the flowers. the watercolor, activate the color, blend it a bit all the way to the petal tip. Being careful not to pull anything from the center of the flower out, might get a little dark. There we go. And a little bit of the orange bloom right through here. And bring that down with the yellow. Okay. And it's okay if one of the flowers, if they're a little lighter or darker, because no two flowers are the exact same anyway. There we go. I like that. And the very last flower here. The water brush brings those colors together really nicely. Very translucent look. It's really nice. Let's add a teeny bit of orange bloom right along here again. And back to the yellow to pull it down just a teeny bit. There we go. And that's that. That's the whole card colored. That was really fast. If you see anything you want to add in a little color, you can always come in and do that. Once the card is totally dry, then we're going to mount it on the card base and you're ready to go. It's done. So, here we go. It's pretty dry. I'll go ahead and give it a try. And here's the mount. Here's your card already mounted on there, and it's all ready to go. You can write anything you like inside and let your dreams blossom. Thanks for being here with us at Blank Page Muse and Scrapbook Expo. Hope you enjoyed this wonderful springy card. Have a great day. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Welcome back, everybody. And Kim with Blank Page Muse did an awesome project. Just, we were talking about stencils earlier,
right?
And I've been doing some, she did the blending backgrounds, which I love. I've been doing that. You got me some blending items for Christmas that I asked for. So been doing that with the, like she showed on the background of the card. And then her technique, which she had shown previously, but I always like to mention, is with the red rubber stamps. She was showing how that you can get it lined up as well on your project. If some people, it doesn't matter. I know a lot of people that, they want it to be very, very straight on there. So liked how she did that. And then also, we always think that we have to put the full image of our stamps on our project. And, when she was stamping, like the flowers in here, she just used part, just to add. It's almost like adding an embellishment on there. So, but I love this card to me is like an elegant, just the yellow and the black together. I really like that. that combination. So, so thank you, Miss Kim, for that, and always love the red rubber. And she was our guest last week at the shop and play. So if you might really want to go back and watch, if you don't watch anything else, watch that segment. She went through and explained the making of the red rubber stamps.
It was really neat. I felt so scientific after she left.
Yes.
She was like vulcanizing.
Yes, and it's a process.
Yeah.
For sure.
For sure. It was really nice to meet her, and also she let us know about how she got her name, Blank Page Muse.
Yes.
That was really cool. I'm loving those segments that you're adding to our play at homes, because he's always surprising us with a special guest that he works on. So that was neat. But yeah, like Blank Page Muse is just like Dave was saying. I love the aesthetic of the whole. I was telling Kim while she was here was that her stamps are so artistic. You know, they're so neat. Like the card that you guys made today is just so beautiful. Sunflowers is my favorite flower.
Yes.
So that totally. But I just love, especially I was telling her, I love her Halloween stamps. Like on the website, they're just so cute and so like whimsical. Almost to me, they have like that Tim Burton feel.
Yes,
you know,
exactly.
From Nightmare Before Christmas.
Yes.
I really love Halloween, and I think that now you could celebrate Halloween every month.
Oh yeah, you could add. You could add that.
Yeah, and I think those stamps are so cute. But I was on the website, and there are so many beautiful red rubber stamps that she has. Some of the categories are words and phrases. There's steampunk, which is really,
she said that's a really good one. That one in the Halloween were her biggest
so awesome. There's classic and vintage, ocean and sea, fantasy, nature. There's cars and trucks, backgrounds and borders, different people, different whimsical people, flowers. There's different food. There is a tribal, holidays, romance, wildlife, just so many different categories for those beautiful artistic stamps. And she was letting us know that she has all kinds of designers that she really works with, that she loves.
Yeah, there's a ton of artists on there.
Yes, and I just think they're just beautiful. Also, the stencils. She was saying that her stencils are really amazing. I saw on the website there's butterfly trails. I know that was in the past Mega. There's stars, there's water clouds, flight birds. How cool would that be? Flight birds.
Yep.
Fire flames, celestial moon and stars, lava patterns. That's so cool.
Yeah.
You think about that.
That'd be a great background.
Yeah.
I love all those things just add that back. It's literally layering without getting chunky.
Exactly. That's what we were talking about too, because you want to do this beautiful card for whoever you're making it for, but then you put it in the mail and it's like, okay, that's $28. You're like, dang it,
Exactly.
So with this way, it's flat, but it still has that punch, that pop, It's beautiful cards. There's a zigzag, there's candy shapes, yes. Alphabet stencils, dots, mushrooms, and then she also has a beautiful array of embossing powder colors.
Yes.
Some of them are peppermint, marshmallow, spearmint, Java plum, butterscotch. Doesn't that just sound beautiful?
They sound delicious.
Yeah. The colors. So pretty much you're going to want to go to Blank Page Muse website. There's so many things, and the show special today is Expo Blossom. You're going to save 25% off using the coupon code Expo Blossom, and that will expire on April 11th, 2021. Okay. So that's awesome.
Very good, very good. Well, thank you, Miss Kim, once again from Blank Page Muse. And now we are going to have another great project, and we're going to be visiting Stamp on It. So we'll be back.
Welcome everyone to the Mega Make Take event of the Spring Slimline card class. My name is Sharon, and this is the card that you will be making by Stamp On It. So these are a couple of samples. You'll be working with our products, our 65-pound vellum, our outline stickers, and our overlays, the nice slimline overlays. So let's get started. So we're going to start with the kit. We're going to open up the kit. Sorry about all the crinkling. Let's try and get everything out at once. I don't know if that'll be more crinkling or less crinkling. In your kit, you're going to have a foam sheet, thick, spongy foam. That's going to be for our paper plumping. You will have stylus tools. We're only going to be using the black one for this particular technique, but this is by 𝐂𝐨𝐧𝐧𝐞, so must be she has something else you use that for. You also get about, I think that's about a 3/8 inch foam tape, and you get a 1/8 inch double-sided tape. You get an extra sheet of cardstock. You can use it as your table paper, or you can make a card out of it. You have your slimline card. It's 100-pound or 110. It is heavy duty. And a matching envelope. You have ordinary household wax paper that is included in your kit for your convenience. You have 3 sheets of stickers. You have one that are the tulips, one that are corners, and one that is the with sympathy. And then also in the kit, you will have a pre-cut piece of our 65-pound vellum and a square overlay. You also will get your instructions and a coupon, which is on the flip side of the instructions, or maybe you might have 2 separate sheets, but it's on the flip side so you can use your coupon. All right, so now we're going to get started. Seems how we've gone through everything there. So we're going to get started. Got to get my stuff together here. So you're going to take out your overlay and your piece of vellum. Okay, that's what you want to start with, and a pencil. Okay, so what you're going to do is you're going to take the vellum and you're going to lay it behind the openings, and I just turn it over so that I'm roughly having it spaced about the same. And then I turn it over and I put my hand on there, and then you want to lightly go around all of the corners, and then it's going to look like this. And then if you want, you can leave it all as one, but today I am going to be showing you with them cut apart. So all I do is just kind of make a notch, or you can just eyeball on your trimmers that's about between the two. The center one is going to be smaller than the 2 outside ones, just to let you know. Okay? So that means you have these pieces. Okay, and the center one is smaller. Then what you're going to want to do then is take out your sheets of stickers. Let me get a hold of mine here. Take your sheet of stickers, and then if you can use your hands, or if you have a pokey tool, which we do sell these on our website, I call this a deadly weapon. It is very sharp. And that's what I use to pick up my stickers with. I just find it easier that way. So you are going to pick up, and this is a due date sticker. And what I love about this company that we have is that they think ahead. You have a left version and a right version on there. They angle in different ways, which is really nice for this particular card. So we're going to turn these this way because we're going to make our card go in this direction. Not that you have to do it this way. If you want to do it the landscape way, you can. So I'm going to pick up one Let's see. Yeah, we'll pick this one up. So I just get under here, get under there, and then I carefully lift. I wet my finger because that way then the sticker does not stick to you. I press it on my stick, and now I can decide how I want to place this. So what I want to do is I'm looking at all of these. I'm going to move these a little bit. I am looking at all of these lines that I have put on there, and I want to make sure that I don't go above or too far down. So I want to make sure that that most of it is being seen. So then I place my finger there and I press it down. Then I will take scissors and I will trim it off. Get rid of it there. Now you're going to do the same with the next one. And you see there, I picked up a chad. Sometimes if you just put your finger in there, but I just take the pokey tool, get it out, get a hold of it. Whoops, won't come off my finger. There. So now we're going to put it on here, and you see now they're sort of like mirror images. So I can decide which way I want to turn this. Since that one's turned that way, I think I'll turn this one this way. Okay. Then we're going to take our With Sympathy sticker, and we're going to place this in the middle one. And I have to tell you that I do have a little trouble with getting things right in the inline. But that's one nice thing about our stickers is that they aren't permanent till they've been sitting there a while. This one is a little bit stuck here. So you just poke along to pick it up because you don't want to distort the words. You want it to stay nice. So I'm just getting it a little bit loosened up. Then what I do is I lick my finger and I touch it here. Lick my finger, touch it there, and it's not sticking to me. And this sticker will still adhere, even though I've been licking on it. Now I got to look and see if it looks straight. Well, I don't think that looks too bad. Some of you might say it might be a little crooked, but perfection is only found in heaven, right? So now we're going to do our plumping. So that's where you need to get your black stylus tool out of your kit. And you need to get out your white foam piece. And what I like to do is I take my bone folder, which I'm hoping you have laying around somewhere close to you. I like to burnish my stickers from the back. It really doesn't show on this one, but on some of them, you can tell that it changes color. So if you look at this, you see how this is dark and this is lighter? I hope you can see that. That's because I'm burnishing that well into the vellum, where this one definitely could get lifted off easier. So I'm burnishing it down. Because what we're going to be doing is some stuff that is a little vigorous to the sticker. So you do want it stuffed down. Do not use the point. It doesn't take a lot to press it in. Okay? So we're done with that. All right, so we're going to start with this particular one, and I'm going to show you how to do the plumping. So again, you're going to have your foam, and you're going to lay your tulip image on there. You're going to take, on this particular black one, there's a 2mm and a 3mm. You're going to take the 2mm, and you're going to take your wax paper, and you're going to rub it on the front. I like to do the front outline first because it helps to start to break the fibers. So we're just tracing. We're not coloring it in. We're just tracing around the inside of these openings. Sometimes it's just a line going down the middle, but so you're just doing this with moderate pressure. Do not break the vellum, because I have to say you can't come back from torn vellum. There's no going back. It will show. So I don't know if it's going to show on this. Let's see if I can find something that's black. Well, you can kind of see the white line there. That's because I am pressing enough to create a white line for me to go by. So then I can turn it over, and again, with your wax paper, this helps your stylus to glide, okay? Now we're going to switch to the 3mm, and we are going to, with moderate pressure, we are now going to be plumping the whole image, okay? And then you want to stop at one point to see that it has turned white. And if you feel it, you can feel the bump, okay? I'm hoping you can see that it turns white. Maybe I'm a little too high. Okay? So now I'm going to proceed, and I'm going to do the rest. Now, what will happen, excuse me, what will happen sometimes when you're doing this particular technique with the vellum is you will sometimes leave streak lines, which I'm hoping I can get it to show on here. You see how I have like a little streak line right there? I'm hoping you can see it. Well, you kind of want to get that out. So I just find out where it is, and I just rub a little bit more, see if I got rid of it. And sometimes it helps to go in the opposite direction if you have a streak line. So then now what you're going to do is you're just going to be plumping each one of these open parts of the tulip and the leaves. And you're going to be doing that on both of these images. So we're going to get this going. Sometimes when they get really thin, you might need to switch to your 2mm if the openings are really small. And then at the end, you'll want to look at it to make sure that you didn't miss anything. I have missed sections before, thinking I had plumped everything, and I didn't. So you do want to double check when you're all done. Okay, so I'm looking, and I don't notice any scratches, but I want you to notice, and some of yours might bow up more than mine is. I don't know why mine's not bowed up as much. The one I did in practice for this video certainly bowed. Maybe I just didn't plump this up as much as I usually do. Okay, so now you can tell. You see how it's kind of rippled and puckered up? I don't know if you can see it there where the line is not straight. It goes around. What you're going to do is you're going to take the number 2 tip, and you are going to go around with moderate to light pressure. You're going to go on the outside perimeter of this sticker on all of them. The with sympathy probably will not need this, but the 2 flowers will need this, the 2 tulips. Okay, and then now you see it's laying nice and flat. Okay? So now what we're going to do is we're going to, after you have your other one plumped, you're going to color in. So here are my 2 stickers. So now you're going to color in. So you're going to take your 2 markers. All I say is you just need a green and you need a purple, whatever purple you like. And you need a blender pen. This is what a blender pen is for Tombow markers, and it will work with any water-based marker. So it won't work with alcohol markers, but Stampin' Up! Markers, any other marker, it will work. And when you get it, it's nice and clean. This is mine, but it's recently new. It has a little purple on it. But if you see when I wipe on the table, nothing comes off. So it doesn't matter what color the tip of your blender pen is, it will still be clear, just so long as you always consider it dirty and test it on scrap paper. So that's kind of what I'm doing here. So what you're going to do is you need to have a surface that is non-porous. You can use an acrylic block, any size, doesn't matter. Depends on how many colors you're using. Or like this is our glitter film. This is one of our scrap pieces. And so we don't throw them away because this is great for our non-porous surface to put our color on. So you notice I'm using the side of the marker. You do not want to use the tip or else you'll break it down. So then I'm going to take the green and I'm going to put it on there. Kind of beads up, that's fine. So if anybody wants to know, I'm using number 126 green and 603 lavender in Tombow, if anybody would like to know, because we do sell Tombow markers. We'll put that off to the side. So now you're going to take your blender pen and you are going to, I'm going to start with the green. So you're going to pick up some green and then with like a flicking motion, make sure that you know it's not too dark. So now that I know it's pretty light right here, I'm going to color in all of my green. That way then I have some color in here already. And yes, I'm a southpaw, so sorry about that. So now I'm going to pick up a little bit darker color. And again, I'm going to start at the bottom and then I do like a flicking motion. Maybe I need a little bit more. Oops. So you're flicking color and you're making it more intense. Okay, so I'm going to do this one. And I'm flicking it. You see how it's looking? Okay, let's do this one. This one is a little more like color and then flick. So I keep adding until I'm happy with the intensity or the shadowing part that I want of this color. And once in a while, I will just, if I think, well, these stems are normally darker, I will just go straight from the marker. But, you know, if you want to add more until you're happy, okay? Sometimes I will also take the marker and I will just touch near here to have that intense color there, and then I will just lightly flick that out, okay? But that's what gives you that nice dark on the inside. Oh, it looks like I got a little piece of something there. So you can just get it to where you're happy with it. Looks like this is a little faint on the end. Okay, so I'm happy with that. So now we're going to switch. So we're going to clean our marker till no more green comes. There's no more green. Now we're going to switch to the purple and do the flowers. And we're going to do the same thing. I start at the bottom in case the marker is really intense. And I'm going to color in the whole thing with this lighter shade of the purple. Okay, then I come in with some darker and I just start flicking to get this going. And it's all going to be about your satisfaction. There's no right or wrong. You can even color straight from the marker. If you like a more darker colored flower, you can color straight from the marker. Just to let you know that our 65-pound vellum, you cannot color from the back. That's way that a lot of people used to do it. You know, they go, well, we colored it from the back. Well, that was probably the thin 25-pound vellum or whatever. But with 48, 65, or 100, those are the weights of vellum that we carry. You cannot color from the back. It just won't show. when it's all white like that, it won't show. So now maybe I will bring in a little bit straight from the marker there. I might even color that part in. Straight from the marker. Then again, I'm going to just kind of flick it a little so that it doesn't look so stark. We're going to stop at that. That way then it has some really light tips on there. So I already went ahead and here's the with sympathy, and I plumped the rose and the leaves, and then you colored them in with the same technique, but of course you're working with a smaller opening. So all right. Well, I had this all set up and now I can't find it. Oh, there it is. So I did the same one. Oh well. I was supposed to color this one in. Well, I'll do real fast, okay? Now you're going to see a speed up. Sharon coloring in fast. Whoops. And so, of course, I drop everything. And I'm actually just going to put some color down here. I'm doing it fast version. Maybe I want this color dark, that color dark. All right, I'm going to stop at that. So now we have them two opposites. And then you have your with sympathy for in between them. All right, I got to do the green. All right, so we're going to clean the purple. Wished I would have done it the right way. Okay, so now we're going to do some green. Oh, I have green on there. Okay, I'm going to pick up some green. And we're going to color in. And somebody might just say, this is good enough for me, just coloring it this light color. And, you know, hey, that's fine. A little bit more, and I'm going to fully color the stems. Now I'm going to add some darkness. I hope some of you are giving this shading a try. You know, it may not be perfect right at the beginning, but when you do it more and more each time, it's going to get better and better and better. Let's put a little green down here. Okay. Then we're just going to pull some out with flicking motions. I think that one's going to need more. That one needs me to come up into here. Okay, I'm going to stop at that. That looks fine to me. Okay, so I clean off my tip, and you notice I'm not going back and forth like this. I don't want to break down the nib. Once in a while, if it gets really saturated, I run my finger and roll the thing in there and get all the color off. So we're done with the coloring. So you now have these three pieces. if you want, where did this one go? If you want, when you do this, you can do this all as one piece. You'll turn it this way and you'll put all your stickers on and you will do it all as one piece. But I'm showing you with it cut so that you can definitely see how it works. Okay? All right. So now what we're going to do is we are going to, one, erase all of our pencil lines. And I recommend a white eraser. I don't know if any of you know, but white erasers erase things clean. They don't leave, unlike the yellowy orange one or whatever does leave stuff. But if you have the white eraser, which they even have white erasers at Dollar Tree and at all dollar stores. But the white one is what you want when you're erasing stuff on your cards and things. All right, so now, for some of you who really want to know if there is a front or back to this overlay, if you feel this one feels kind of smooth, and this side you can feel like the rough cut edge a little bit. And so we are going to want the rough cut edge facing up. Then we're going to take our 1/8 inch double stick tape. And I'm going to open this one up. 1/8 inch double stick tape. And we're going to take it out. And there's a little plastic thing on here, I think. Nope, not on this one. So there's a couple of ways that you can do this, but this is the way that I attach them. You want to stay near the opening. Oops, got it on backwards. Near the opening of the overlay. So don't run it down the middle. And I don't even tear. I just make a really ugly turn and I just run it around. And again, I put my finger here and make a real ugly turn and get it turned around to where the sticky part's down. Of course, you know now it's not going to do it very well. And then I tear it off. Now you can do this other ways, but so then I just pull back a portion, oops, and I fold it inside, okay, at an angle to the inside. Then I take my top one, I don't press here, okay, and I line this up, and you can pick it up in your hands if you want, and you want to line it up, and if you're happy with that, then press right there, okay? That's where the sticky has been undone. And then all I'm doing is gently pulling, not too hard. Oh, see, I screwed up. I pulled too hard, everybody. So you're gonna need your pokey tool. And then all you do is get a hold of, and I might have torn the paper when I went around the corner anyway. So you just get a hold of it and pull the rest out. Then you want to make sure that you burnish this down. Okay, so you're going to do that to all 3 openings. And you're going to get everything on here. Maybe it's going to be best if I just do this version. Okay, this is the other version that I have been teaching with every class, except this is just a little backwards in that when you start with a corner, you're going to fold inward. Whoops, I peeled the whole thing off. You're going to fold inwards into there, okay? Then you're going to take this one and you're going to fold it inwards at an angle, okay? Then you're going to take this end and you're going to fold it inwards so it's across. Then you're going to take this one. Make sure you burnish down your tapes, or else all you're going to be doing is picking them up. So now you know these 2 corners are exposed. So now my width sympathy, whoops, come on, Sharon. I cut all my fingernails. All right, so now you can push down with these, but not those, okay? Until I'm happy with what it looks like, and I'm going to stand up and then I press on those corners. And then I just pull that tab, that one, cut all my nails off. Sorry about the Band-Aid, but it's one rule to tell you is be careful with your dies. I had a full cover plate die and it just sliced my finger. So be careful. All right, so that seemed to be less trouble than the first version. Oh, I forgot to burnish this down. So burnish this down. Okay. And then this one is going to end up going over that. That's no big deal. But you stay right close to the opening. Don't let it extend into the opening, or that will be a problem. Okay. I just go there, touch. Then again, I just pick a corner. Doesn't matter which one you pick. You can use your pokey tool if you want to lift this backing off the tape. Since I cut my nails, it's probably a good thing. All right, so now we're ready to put down the last one. And so we're going to look and see. We're not going to touch these corners. We're going to move it around until you're happy with what you're seeing. And I think that looks pretty good. So then I press in those two corners. And you pull. Okay. So now you have this part all the vellum part is now all done. Now it's just really quite a lot of the simple stuff. So we want to pop this up on our card, but first we're going to put the corners. So you're going to take out your corner stickers, and with your fingers or with the pokey tool, you're going to pick up one and check to see if there's any leftover chads, and there isn't any. And then you're going to place that down, press it with your finger. And you can do the licking your finger technique with these also. Sometimes what I do is just put it in the middle, and that way then I have all the room and the ability to turn this however I want, and then I just roll the stick out. You're going to have a lot of these left to make a lot of wonderful cards with. Okay, now we're going to come up here. There's the boss's smiley face. Keep me in the picture. I hope me picking these off have been in the picture. Probably not. If you don't like what you've done, then you can just pick this up and reapply it. If you put it on crooked or whatever, it's not permanent until it's been there a while. Even if you press it down, you can then come along with your pokey tool and just start to lift it and do it again. Okay, so we have that all done. Now what you're going to do is you're going to take your card base and your piece here, and you're going to fold over the mountain. If you can see, this has like a bump up there, and this has got like a valley. So it's always fold over the mountain. And I know I brought a stone folder, but you can use the edge of your scissors or whatever. Okay, so we're going to set that aside. Now you're going to get out your double stick foam tape. And you're going to open this up. And the one thing that you're going to want to make sure, because we have 3 separate openings, you want to put foam tape in between these parts or else they'll cave in. Okay? So I'm going to do this the way that I do all of my cards in putting stuff on, is I'm first going to make, oops, that was a little off there. my long strip. And I'm going to cut it off. Remember, it has to be one continuous strip. And I'm going to put this here. Cut it off. We have this in a lot of different widths, but we enclose this one with you just for convenience. But on our website, you will find some that have 3 different widths that you could order. Now, I put one right in here, making sure that I am on the black cardstock, because this is a tight squeeze. If you can see, whoops, if you can see that, it's a tight squeeze. There isn't much extra there. So you're going to start there and put it on. Now here's the thing that's probably going to drive you all nuts is I don't remove the backing off of those because I just need it for support. So now, like I do everything else, I start with a corner and I pull it back and I fold it back in an angle, and sometimes I tuck it behind so that it stays better. I do that here. And I'm going to go to this edge and I'm going to do the same thing. So it's always the opposing corners. Okay? So now you know you can't touch these 2 corners. So you can hold this in your hand or whatever, but what I want you to notice is that it's not sticking. And hopefully that you can see it all. It doesn't stick. It is not sticking because these act like little feet. So now you're going to look at your corners. Don't touch these. So you're going to move it by these 2 corners. And you want to have everything reasonably even. That looks pretty good. So then I bring my finger down, my thumb down, and I draw this one up, but I don't let go. All right, so then you gently pull so that it doesn't tear like I did with the other tape. You just pull your strips, press it down, pull your strip, press it down, and your card is done. I hope that you really enjoyed this plumping and coloring in. It is really fun to plump. We have a lot of outline stickers that you can do this plumping with. And we have also this version. And this one, I laid the whole vellum piece. I left it all as one, and I attached it right to the front of the card and then put this on with foam tape, because you can see that there's a little bit of height between the vellum piece and this. So that's another thought that you can do. Then think of other colors and other stickers on your sheet. The sheet that you have, you're going to be able to make, I think it's like 6 cards. So I think you're really going to enjoy it. There's with those. And then here's another version of this with no words in it. I just left this. Oops. I do things upside down. Sorry, guys. I'm so used to doing demos and showing people in front of me. So I apologize. This was upside down. These ones are fine. But anyway, so pick colors. And you see how I also used our other overlay. We have it in white, cream, and black. And so I used the cream overlay, and you'll notice I took the marker and I colored in the stickers, which added another cute thing to it. And with this one, I attached these were all separate, and I attached these directly to the back, and this I attached to the front of the card, because you can see there's a little depth that this is seated down and this is level. So there's a lot of options that you can do with our outline stickers. I hope that you've really enjoyed this class and that you will make more out of all those sheets of stickers that you have left. And thanks for playing with us. Bye-bye.
Hi everybody, it's Debbie from Stamp On It. This is a follow-up video to the Project Welcome Spring slimline card that Sharon just shared with you. So if you're watching this video, you've probably seen or done the project. So I'm just going to go over a few things, some of the product, but I want to show you a couple of other ideas working with our products, especially focusing on our vellum cardstock. So I'm going to move this sample out of the way here. And our vellum cardstock, which Sharon worked with, is the base. We used it as the base to this card project. And it's what we put our stickers on. And then she went through a technique with you called what we call plumping, which makes the sticker image dimensional. And then you can apply color to it if you want. So the vellum is a cardstock weight, and it comes in 3 weights. It comes in 48, 65, and 100 pound. Now, I'm not going to sit here and show you each one because on video, they're going to look the same. So that's pointless. I'm going to tell you about them. 48 pound is the lightest of the 3 cardstock weights. They are all cardstock weight. 48 pound is the lightest, 65 is medium, and 100 pound, of course, is the heavy cardstock. Now, let's just start with 100 pound and work ourselves backwards. I kind of do things quite well backwards. 100 pound is the heaviest, and it allows you, if you want, to actually make layers or the actual card itself out of vellum. Okay, it's that heavy. So it's basically like taking a piece of cardstock, folding it, and that is your card. Only it has the properties of vellum. All right, this one we put one of our double embossed stickers on and then added a little bit of tinting or color to it. But the 100 pound is very heavy weight. You would probably not want to use the 100 pound for the plumping technique like we did today because it's just too aggressively heavy and it would really make your hands sore. We use the 65 or the 48 pound for this. And that's really your choice of what you like to use. If you want it to be a little bit heavier, you can go with the 65. 48 pound works well as well. What I want to show you is working with the vellum in another way, besides putting the stickers on and hand plumping it, let's say, is putting it through embossing folders. There are lots of gorgeous embossing folders out there. New 3D is what I have here. And you can check out our website for further information on the folders themselves. But I just want to show you kind of quickly just what you can do with the vellum in the folder. So this is 100 pound, this is 65 pound, and this is 48 pound. All right. So basically you get the same type of look. And I'm going to hold this up so hopefully you can see the dimension there, but it just creates a gorgeous, gorgeous embossed raised design. And then you can layer that onto your pages or projects, cards, what have you. You can add color to that. And that's what I want to show you is adding color. Now, there's 2 ways to do that. You can add color directly to, if I can find it, and this is an older folder, an older embossing folder, not a 3D, but you could certainly do it with the 3D folders too. You can add color directly to your folder. And we'll get into that more when we do a project coming up in the future with that technique, but you can add color directly to the folder. You can brayer it on. You can brush it off the pad on here, and you'll get different results depending on how you do it. Here is an example of where we added the color to the folder. And this particular folder, trying to remember what Sharon said the name it was. Sorry, I don't have that, but it is, you can check out our website. She added the color to one side of the folder, and it makes a difference on what side of the folder you add the color to. Now, obviously, don't add color to both because you're going to end up just with in this case, a blue sheet, because not only will the raised part be colored, so will the sunken or the valley. So decide and practice with just plain paper doing this technique. Add color to this, emboss it, and then get your results. All right. In this one, she added color to the valley of the folder. All right. So you can see how that is. Now, I'm just going to show you a couple other ones. Here's that same design folder, and this is out of 48 pound. Here's the same out of 100 pound. And this is not the same, sorry, this is a different folder. And here's one also. But you can see how absolutely stunning that becomes when you emboss it with a folder. When the area is raised or put under pressure with our vellum, it turns white. So it becomes just a really gorgeous parchment almost effect to that. All right. Now, I wanted to show you a little trick with a problem that some will encounter with this, and we have in the past years, is when you emboss it, you put the vellum in the folder and you run it through, especially if your folder is more aggressive. I call it aggressive if there's a lot of embossing going on and the paper, the vellum doesn't want to bend or give. The fibers don't want to relax and give well enough. What you want to do, take a piece of scrap paper, just any scrap paper, put it into your folder. Then put your piece of vellum in. And I've already done this one, so that's why there's an impression in here. Then put another piece of scrap paper, all right? Close your folder, run it through your machine. And what that does when you put this scrap paper in is it takes away some of that pressure from the folder and the machine that's being applied to the layer. And instead of getting, if I can show you here how this one, I think it was this one that had cracked. Of course, now I probably won't be able to find any of it. But as soon as I put the paper in and ran it through, yeah, this one does have cracks in it, so it does show a little bit. But as soon as you put the paper in with it, it takes away some of that pressure and allows it to emboss without cracking the vellum. So keep that in mind, just a little trick. If you have trouble with the vellum cracking, put a piece of scrap paper top and bottom, put it in your folder, run it through, all right? Also, you can add color after you emboss directly to the layer that you're embossing. I'm wondering if I should put this on black, if you'll see it better, probably. So I could take, if I wanted to, and I could add color directly to my embossed piece. Now remember, this is not going to be perfection. When you are working with a sponge and adding color, you're not going to get a perfect print where the color isn't exactly where you want it. This is more of a I don't know if it's so much abstract, but more of that type of look. So I can take, if I want to, I'm going to find the raised side. This is my raised side. And I'm just going to add a little bit of color. And I'm just using a large sponge, oversized sponge. Yeah, I love these jumbo dauber sponges. We have them on our website, but it allows me to pick up some color and just apply it to my embossed surface. Now, the busier the folder, the easier it is almost to do this and keep that color just on the raised areas if you like. But it's no matter what you're doing, it's always beautiful. Gorgeous, gorgeous. And you can use multiple colors, pearlescent colors, metallic colors like this. But this just gives you an idea of adding color to the piece after. I'm not sure how well you can see that, but see how it's added color to the embossed surface and brings out the design, whatever you have. And then you can use that as your layer if you like. Okay, so that's working with the vellum in the embossing folders. I just wanted to tell you about that because it's just something that is really, really strikingly gorgeous when you're working with our cardstock vellums. Just gives it a gorgeous, almost parchment finish when the raised areas turn opaque white. And that's what Sharon was talking about also in the project. When you do the plumping like she did here, add the color to the front of the vellum because once you plump or emboss our vellum, it turns white, so it's opaque. You cannot see through it anymore, not the white areas. All right. Before you plump it or emboss it, you can add color because you can see my hand through here. But if you emboss it, the solid white areas will become opaque. So then you add color to the front. All right. So that just goes through that a little bit. All right. So that's a way to use our vellums. I want to show you a couple more samples here, a few more samples, just give you some inspiration maybe. Here is one done with stickers, our Sea Life stickers, and blended, very nicely done. Here is our cat, one of our cat sheets. And again, these are going to be all slimline. These first ones I'm showing you, practically all of them are, because we're in the slimline theme. This is the same idea as what our project was, only no color added. And these are from our copper sticker line. Our sports. I believe this one is called soccer. These stickers are also great for scrapbooking. We have lots of themed stickers. Here is hearts, great for anniversaries, weddings, Valentine's. Again, she just embossed, no color added. She plumped this and she plumped this, so it's white. You can't see it real good, but it's white. Just makes it very, very striking. And then we have this one where we added color to the butterfly after it was plumped also. Okay. This one is a sample of stamping on our vellum, because you can also stamp on our vellum and then add color if you like. And she actually stamped this and then plumped it. If you stamp on the vellum, use a permanent type ink. Vellum is a semi-non-porous surface, so you want to use ink that's got a little bit of bite to it. And then you can come back in and you can blend on it as well, especially if your ink is permanent. This is from one of our, let me see, Artful Solid Christmas 1417. It's actually got one more design with it too, but we only used 3 on here. Okay. And this one she did add a little glitter afterward too, just to spice it up. Very nicely done. So those are some slimline samples also of different ways to use the sticker in that technique, but also in the technique, other techniques and other ways. So don't forget to use your coupon on our website. It's good for $5 off any order over $40. And you also get free shipping. It's gonna charge you the shipping when you check out, but it's gonna credit it back when it gives you the coupon discount. So just note that. All the items that she used are foam tapes, the Wendy Vecchi stylus tool set, and we have other stylus tool sets on our website. The stickers are all on our website. Our little pokey tools, we have different ones of that as well. Check out our video line. We have some great videos, some project videos. We have product videos. We also have, if you sign up on our email, every so often we come out with a jammy video. I call them a jammy video because it's a video you can just sit and watch in your jammies. And I can be in my jammies and nobody knows. But it's just a really fun, sometimes it's an introduction to new products. Sometimes it's a quick demonstration. And I don't do them a lot, maybe once every other week. Sometimes every week I'll send one out. Just depends on the inflow of new products and new ideas and things like that. But we certainly do not inundate you with tons of email. That is not our goal at all. We want you to be inspired, have fun, and check out the rest of our website in the meantime. So we're so thankful that you joined us, and we hope you had a wonderful time with us, and we'll see you soon. Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody, and stamp on it. I love this because, once again, a new technique that I had never seen, never heard of, and which was called plumping. And I love how it showed on this finished card, and I'm sure that yours is finished too, how it literally plumps that up. And vellum, and this is a nice thick vellum too. Vellum is kind of one of those things that kind of has come and gone as well,
right,
especially using in projects. But what a great technique of, taking your sticker, placing it on there. She showed how the wax paper, and you put the wax paper on there to give it a little bit of a glide. So it, because you want to kind of keep that steady push, not real hard or anything, but just go lightly over it. Excuse me. and when she was doing the project. And then on the vellum, to finish off the stickers that she I guess plumped, I guess you could say, did the coloring on that. And it's almost like it's a puffy is what I call it. But I just thought that was such a great technique. And also I love how she shows, and she has shown before, but with her stickers, that if you wet your finger, it's where you can actually work with it to kind of get it in place, and it still sticks. So thought that was great. And then also on the sticker sheet, she was showing how they actually made the flowers that can go either way. So I thought that was really good, to where if you wanted to put it on this side or that side, it still is facing the same way. So I thought that was really great. And what beautiful stickers. I mean, look, everybody, you got a ton of stickers.
Right.
And these corner stickers, those just showed up so well on that black. So just love it. Beautiful card. Boy, that just, if that doesn't tell you spring, I don't know what does.
Exactly.
So thank you so much for that awesome project and that great technique. And it's great that you got the tool. So it wasn't that, she showed you a tool and you didn't have it, so you could, kind of work right with her. And she was also showing that, if you do get a crease, on how you kind of fix that. So, and once again, when you do this, you'll probably want to practice a few times to kind of get, how thick. But finding this, the vellum, this nice thicker vellum, and it's easy to work with too. So,
right.
So thank you so much. Stamp on it. Can't wait to hear what your special is.
Nice tape.
Yeah, you got the tape,
that pad,
and the foam pad to do your plumping on. So
that is so cool.
Yes.
So on the website, or on the video also, she was talking about all the different vellum, and like you were saying, that's something that I totally want to learn more about, because there are different weights to vellum. And then she also showed the different weights and what you can do. So there's like a 48-pound weight that's the lightest, then there's a 65-pound, which is medium, and then the 100-pound, which is the heaviest. So the 48 and the 65 vellum, you could run through and use embossing folders with that. And then the heavy one allows you to make a card. So that's really pretty when you do use it as the card base. Yeah. The real thick one.
I wonder if you could do an envelope with that one too.
Oh, I'm sure you could. Yeah.
Nice.
It's really like cardstock, or you can layer with it, or the sky is the limit. So I thought that was really informative. Debbie, thank you so much for that. I was learning.
Yes.
I was totally, and I love it. Let's see. Also, the embossing folders, there's so many on the website. There's beautiful azaleas, blooming, the crackle, the doily. How pretty would an embossing folder be on vellum as a doily? That would be so cute.
Wow.
Kaleidoscope, there's lumber. And then another thing with the embossing folders, it's so fun to add coloring, or, you could... paint on it, or chocolate, anything like that. The sky is the limit with these embossing folders with the vellum. So neat. There's also beautiful, it's called vintage hue acetates. So
nice.
Pretty. I mean, these cards on Stamp On It are just so elegant. With Blank Page Muse, they're so artistic. I guess the perfect word for me, in my opinion, of Stamp On It is just such beauty and elegance.
Yes.
And as we make our cards, we could think of all the people that we could give them to. That we need everybody's. Because all of our friends and family members and all of that we make cards for, everybody has a different vibe or aesthetic too. Or, you could change it up. Or I just think it's beautiful. And I love...
be able to have all the options.
Yes, all the options. So there's just beautiful outline stickers. I could go on and on. I wrote all kinds of notes. We're run out of time here, but just go to the
Visit their website.
Yes, there's just amazing, beautiful things. So Stamp On It. Right now, the online shopping coupon is save $5 plus free shipping on orders of $40 or more. Okay, using the discount code MMTEWSPR5 at checkout. Okay, and that offer will expire on April 5th, 2021.
Wow.
So go, because it's beautiful.
Well, and you know that I mean, I think I could order $40 worth of beautiful sticker colors.
And with this whole plumping,
yes,
such a fun new technique.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah,
you gotta go.
Thank you, Miss Debbie and Stamp on It. And now we are going to be visiting Miss Kim from Tall Mouse, and we'll be back.
Hi, I'm Kim from Tall Mouse Creative Arts, and happy one day ago spring. It turned spring yesterday, so I think it's time for some spring cards. How about you? We are going to take a look at our kit in just a few minutes, all the parts and pieces that came into it. We're going to look at our tools, and then we're going to look at the finished cards that we are going to get ready to make today. So we're going to turn the camera down so we can take a look at what came in our kit. And then our kit was the white craft bag. And you know, you can chop this up and use it because it's got a really fun texture to it. You've got one 8.5 by 11 thin chipboard, color brown. You've got a black 8.5 by 11 smooth black cardstock. And then you've got a printed paper also. So I'm going to show you what we're going to be working with. We are going to fussy cut both of these guys out. You can pick your truck color. I'm going to be using this one for the sample. Fresh cut flowers, just be careful when you cut that out because we do need a little bit of space and they're going to be cut out individually. We are going to cut out earth, laughs, and flowers, and they will be individual, but you do want to give yourself just a tiny bit of room. And then we've got live, life, and full bloom, which we are going to cut out. And for the sample, it is going to be individual letters. So you're going to be left with 2 trucks. You got 1 sentiment as well. And then this block down here looks like a little bit of a brick building, so to speak, really long bricks. We are going to cut that out. We're going to ink them. They're going to be wooden planks, but we are going to put them back in the same spot as we were. So if you want to get a head start, that's totally fine. I understand, but put them down how they are so they lay on our card neatly. So these 3 items are in your kit as well as this particular die. And so I unnested mine already, but that guy is in your die, in your kit, and that is SJ31. It is a circle edge, which gives a nice lace cut to it. Circle edge, wavy inside squares. And then everybody got flowers. You might not all have the same flowers, but you have 6 teeny tiny small flowers, and then 3 small to medium. Some of them are large flowers. So I'm just showing you a little sprinkling of all different types of flowers that everybody got. So you have 9 flowers total, which we will be using. And then the project sheet you'll have gotten via email, but it will be posted on this particular die's description page. So if you do want to download it, you can certainly do that too. Again, that's SJ31 on our website. Okay, so let's take a look at all of the tools you're going to use. Excuse me. So for the samples, what we're going to make today, we want to use, well, what I'm going to be using is ivory, and I chose a texture ivory. I did a smooth gray, and then I did a texture green. These are the colors that I base the inks off of, so if you want to change it up, that's fine. If you want to ink, that is also fine. It's completely optional. I'm showing you the flush cutters because they're a good tool to unnest your dies with. Tweezers always help. I did choose a liquid glue because that just helps glue down the flowers, reinforce it. So we've got little zip dries, whatever liquid glue you're comfortable with. I do have the 2-way zig as well. We do want to use some small scissors for fussy cutting out the truck as well as the flower. Dauber, optional if you're going to do some ink. I'm showing you the stencil tape because it's a low tack, which if you want to adhere, it's really good for adhering this guy down onto whatever plate paper you're going to run through your machine so it doesn't shift. Completely optional for you. So that's a low tack stencil tape. Oops. We do have some pops. I've got squares, I've got circles. You guys can use whatever you want. You can see I'm in the middle of using it. I do have a tape runner. These are the 3 color inks I'm going to be using today. And then a bone folder is helpful. And then of course you need to have a die cut machine to run it through, and a pause. Paper trimmer, sorry about that. I had a complete brain fog right there. So these are all the tools that we are going to use. Everything that I've done is going to be pre-cut because the machine's really noisy. So I'm going to be talking slow so you guys have time to run it through your machine and cut. All right, let's look at our finished projects here. So we are going to do 1 card folded, and that is a fold right there, horizontal. So that is lovely and very colorful. Perfect for spring. And then that is our fresh cut flowers, which we're going to be popping up the truck and adding some floral dimension to it. And then I call these panel cards because they're not folded by any means, but the chipboard gives it a little bit of stability so they can be, well, you can display them a little bit differently than a folded card. So I call them more of a panel card. So this will be a vertical panel card using our chipboard. And then we have a horizontal panel card, again, nothing on the back, as a horizontal card with a big 3D element, which will be our flowers and then our planks in there. So we've got 3 interesting cards to be making with 1 die, which I think is really cool to be doing. All right, you guys are going to look at this while we stop and flip our table. All right, our table is prepared so we can get ready to begin our first card. The first card we're going to work on is Earth Laughs in Flowers. So we are going to be working with this, making this particular card. But before we do, we want to dismantle our die. So I'm going to just put this guy aside. That's our goal, what we're going to achieve. And then looking in this die, I accidentally popped it apart already, but you can twist it to pop these little guys out, but we don't want these, I call them metal spurs. We don't want those at all. So you can take your flush cutters. The cool thing about a flush cutter is it is flush on one side, which it's going to go bump up against whatever you're doing and then snip. Don't do your fingers because that will hurt. So you can take that, whoops, right there, and snip. You can hold it and twist, but you can also snip it. I don't know if you guys heard that. It just flew somewhere. So now you're going to dismantle your piece. So you've got 1 piece right there. And now I'm going to hold it and not snip it because you can clip that guy off as well. So we'll just put that, and then we're going to get this little spur right here. And then that one, oh, I just heard it shoot my wall. Okay, flush cutters work very well. We're going to put these guys aside. So now we have 2 separate dies. You can use them together. That's where your tape comes in handy, or you can use them separate. We are going to be using them separate. So you do want to run this particular die through on your ivory card, or ivory color, unless you changed your colors. So this is going to go run through there, and then you're going to take this and do your green paper and run it through. And then at the moment, we're only going to be using 2 of these particular wavy squares. All right, so we're going to set these guys aside so you know at least what we're going to do. You're going to start, we're going to make the panel first, because remember this is a flat panel, it's not a folded card. And then you're going to measure out for the particular Earth card. This is a little bit larger because I wanted it to be a little bit of a panel. So 3 3/4, as you notice, that's going to be that guy. So 3 3/4. You can do 3 1/2, but it's just going to make this all a little bit tighter, and you're not going to see as much chipboard right here. I wanted it to see a little bit of the chipboard because the brown kind of softens the green and it looks all very earthy in nature. So I wanted it a little bit larger. This is completely up to you. So remember, measure twice, cut once. So you can cut the first one at 3 3/4. If you want to cut a second one, you can do that too for our second panel, and then that third piece you can do whatever you want, or you can cut the first one at 3 3/4 and then just wait a moment. I'm working off of the 3 3/4 just so you know what we are going to work with. So this one is going to get cut. Then you notice right here we've got a layering piece, which is the green, because it's going to tie into the squares. So we are going to cut a 3.5 by 8.5 piece of green textured. Mine is going to be textured. We're not going to be doing any inking on this particular item, but that is going to lay out right there. So 3.5 by 8.25 to layer up on our chipboard paper. So we're just going to put these guys aside. We'll be dealing with that in just a minute. We've got this particular piece cut out with the ivory, and then you do got to go run your brush through. And I notice sometimes there's a little leftover one you just got to poke out. So you are going to have a few little dots everywhere after you do that. It gives a nice lacy edge to it, even though it's called a circle edge. And then you're going to run your machine and cut out, 3 will cut out unless you put the paper through the whole thing, or just 2. And then what we're going to do is fussy cut out both of the flowers. And if you notice on your project sheet right here, you've got 2 full flowers. You're going to cut out 1 entirely. It's up to you if you want to get in the inside of that. I did not for the sample. The second one, what we're going to do is we're cutting out the flower head, and then we're cutting out the little bud right there, because these are the 2 pieces we're actually going to turn into a 3D element. And so I'm going to fussy cut while you guys fussy cut. And then we've also got earth, laughs, in flowers. I gave myself plenty of room. I am going to ink these, and for right now I'm using the darker ink so it really pops off the card, because it's going to be leaning on green, but it's also going to be leaning on the ivory color too. So I just want everything to be very earthy, low-key on colors. So I'm going to take my fussy cutting scissors. I already cut out one, and I'm going to finish cutting out this guy. I am not going to ink the flower, but I do want to show you something that I'm going to do. So I'm going to get a little bit on the closer side. My large flower, I left it a little not so close to the line. But if you notice right here, I'm cutting right into here because I'm going to have this top flower lift just a little bit. I don't know if you can, I'm gonna have the camera come over here. I'll point with this guy. This is separate piece. I cut in here, I cut in here, and I cut in here because I want each piece to lift just a little bit to make it look like it's got a little bit even more dimension out of two pieces of paper. So just showing you guys where I'm adding a little bit extra dimension and cutting that just to get a little bit more. Oop. Oh my gosh, I just cut that guy's end off. And then this doesn't give you a spot to cut, but you do have a line that you can create a spot. So that's what I'm doing on this guy. I just thought this flower was so pretty. And all types of flowers. We can work with cutesy flowers. We can work with a little bit more sophisticated looking flowers. Okay, so if you notice, I cut right there. So I'm gonna lift, and I cut right there. I'm gonna lift, lift, lift. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So it looks like I've got 4 petals and they're all going to be movable. So we're going to work with that in just a minute. Get my little samples over there. And then this guy, the second one, I did cut a little bit closer to the line. So it really looks like this is a 3D element. So we're going to get a little bit close on my fussy cutting right there. Missed a little spot right there. You know what? I don't really like that. Yep. Okay. I don't know about you guys, but sometimes, I mean, I'm talking to you, but I have to kind of talk to myself when I'm crafting. If I'm crafting by myself, and I make little noises, but you know, we all have our little idiosyncrasies. Okay, so we've got one flower completely cut out. I'm not doing the inside right there. And yes, I left a little bit of space. I'm not so close to the line. How you fussy cut's completely up to you. I've got a little bud, and then I've got the flower with 4 individual petals that can move. And now let's, Okay. Oh, sorry, I just inked my finger completely. I opened that guy up and it really inked on me. Well, there you go. All right, so we're going to ink this really dark, which is what I wanted. A big contrast here, because I do want this guy to stand out. Okay. And I have inky fingers, which we all love having inky fingers, right? Part of the fun. Okay, so I'm gonna back up the camera just a little bit. All right, so these guys are all inked. We've got a couple of fussy cuts, and that is our goal. So I'm just gonna move these off to the side so we can do it one by one. And we are going to now layer. All of our prep has been done, which that's not really how I craft, but for video purposing and what we're doing, that's the better way to craft. So we're going to layer, and I'm a big eyeballer. I'm not measuring because I already measured, so I eyeballed, but I do want the texture side up for the green. So I'm going to run some short little runs of tape on that. And I already eyeballed it once, so we're just going to give it another eyeball before we seal that down. So dark chipboard, we've got our nice solid green, and then we're going to put that guy down. So we are layering that up. Oh, no dots. And then we're just going to eyeball this guy too. Alrighty. So I'm giving more room to the sides, and it's a little bit closer on the ends. That's okay. And I did not do my glue all the way towards the end. As you saw, I did short little movements in here because I want that little fluff right there. It looks like lace, so why not have it act a little bit like lace? So I did want that look. So you can, if you want it more flat, feel free to go ahead and put a little bit of glue right there. Okay, now we're going to strategically lay out, because as you know, you have to have your eye move through the card. We purposely put the two green right here. Yes, this kind of fades a little bit into the background, but your eye is going to go here and your eye is going to go here. And the word in forces, as well as the stem, forces your eye to come down here. But these two spots are the ones that really grab your eyes if you notice where you're looking when you look at the card. You do scan the entire thing, but where does your eyes go as soon as you look at the card? The two particular squares, and that's on purpose because you're purposely drawing the eye to that spot. Now, these guys are all wavy. It's up to you how you want to lay them out. Those weren't any sort of strategy. They're just nice, fun little waves right there. So I'm lining it up with this card. So that's about where I want, but before I glue, scoot that, I'm going to lay this out because I do want the curve in this negative space right there. So I think I'm going to move this guy up just a tad so it gives me a little bit of room. And then it gives like the tail, which points into the flowers. So I think that's about where I want it. So I'm going to take this and leave it right there and just put one little guy right there and flip that back. And then I'm going to flip this guy right there and put that one. Now, I do want these to line up. That's me. You can turn them a different way if you want, but I want the points to fairly line up together. So my lineup is all complete right there. And then I want this, which I'm going to use my tweezers a moment. I want that to line up right about there. So this one is going to be completely flat. So I'm going to put a little bit of tape runner right there. And then I want my liquid glue for this spot. And I want to make sure I'm lining it up. That's where I'm going to have this guy before I push it down. I'm going to shift it off to the side just a little bit because it's not completely centered. All right, that's where I want this guy. I'm going to make sure that guy goes down right there. Okay, so now completely flat. If you notice here, I pop dotted, I raised the word flowers. This is flat, and this is flat. And then we've got a raised piece right here, the bud, and then the raised piece right here. So we have 2 raised and a raised. Everything else is flat. It kind of equals itself out. So I'm going to glue down the 3 flat pieces right now, and then I'm going to put the flowers on with the pop dots. So I'm going to do my words first before I go ahead and do my flowers. So we are going to put down earth. Whoop. We are going to put, now you can put that straight, you know, you can put it where it's touching here, a little bit here, or you can tuck that guy in here. This, to me, is a little bit of space, so I want to mix this guy up right here. So I'm going to put it right here because you got a curve, you got a rectangle, you got a little bit of wavy curve right now. So I feel like your eyeball is definitely going to travel. So laughs, I might have to put this guy right here. Now this is a little bit different spacing than I did here. Perfectly okay. It's all right to mix it up and not have it be exactly like the sample. But I am going to tuck this guy down underneath there, and then I want it to come out, yeah, so I'm going to do this. So it covers the triangle just a little bit, but it leans over here, it leans over here, and onto here. So it gives a little bit of an interesting curves right there. And then the word in, we're going to do one more little word. We're going to put that right there in the negative space, right there. Now, if you want to pop dot these up, completely up to you. We're going to pop dot up the word flowers. Nope, I only put 2. Just double checking what I did before. You can put 3 if you'd like, or 2. Right now I'm going to put 2, and I'm going to use this guy, and that's going to go just a little bit lower for me. So I'm going to put that down. So earth laughs in flowers, it just pulls it just your eyeball just a little bit more. And so now let's do our puff up right here. So I'm going to put some of the smaller guys. Eek. These are really teeny tiny. Some of the smaller guys on the bud first. And you know, sometimes you need long nails to do this, and my little short nails don't always work. All right, so we're going to line that guy straight up so that becomes a little puff right there, a lifted piece. Now we're going to do this one. All right, this and this definitely get, and then back here, the 2 opposite pieces, well, you've got 4, so pick one, skip one, pick one, skip one. The ones that lift up are the ones that do not get the foam. It's the opposite 2. So I'm going to repeat what I did right here. So it's going to be this one and this one. So that particular guy and that particular guy gets the foam. Oh, Jim's showing you guys. I don't know if you can see that. I'm doing that on purpose so the leaf can, uh-oh, I think I just picked the other one. Nope, and so I did. I just picked the opposite. Sorry guys, I just picked the opposite ones so that oh no, I did it right. Okay, so if you notice, I've got, that's not going to go anywhere. Ay. Okay, so I've got one big one right there. You could put another one just to stabilize it, but I put pop dots or pop squares in each opposite of the flowers. Well, every other one. So then I'm going to lay that down right here. I'm going to push right there. Okay, this one's got a dot and this one's got a dot. I did it completely opposite of what I just said I was going to do. So this guy can go ahead and lift up just a tad without ripping, and then this guy's going to lift up a tad without ripping. So it gives another just small little dimension to your flower. Just a tiny subtle hint. So earth, laughs, and flowers. That is our sample, and that's the one we just made. Excuse me. All right, now we are going to get ready to make the fresh cut flower. So this is going to be our next one we're going to prepare for. Stop. Okay, we're back. Our table is flipped, and we are going to work on the second card, which is fresh cut flowers. And I totally goofed, well, or I changed my mind because I'm a woman and I'm allowed to do that. We're going to use, my sample has the gray truck, but I'm going to use the little turquoise truck. So yes, we changed our mind. And I forgot one other thing too. So you're going to need a little bit of matching color paper to go with this, or some other paper that you would enjoy to pop on the card. So we're going to turn the camera down now so we can take a look at our sample and then get going on making it. So this is fresh cut flowers. We are going to produce the truck as a 3D element as well as the flower. So it's almost like a double 3D element, a double or a triple. So fresh cut flowers right there, which we cut these guys out. I stuck a little bit closer to the word on this one. I'm going to give you the measurements of the turquoise paper that I cut right here. So you do need another set of colors other than the gray, the ivory, and the green, but something to match your truck. So if you did the pink one, you can certainly do a coordinating, or you could do a pattern, whatever's up to you. I chose to do a solid color because I wanted this lace look to really pop, as well as the truck and the flower. So I tried to keep these as neutral, but your eye draws to the coordinating on that. And like I said, I fussy cutted out the turquoise truck, which I'm going to use on the one that we make. And then I'm going to not ink anything else today on this particular card. We're going to ink on the next card. So fresh cut flowers, let me give you the sizes to be cutting out. Of course, it'll correspond to what size you cut these out, how close to the letters that you cut. But and this is in your project sheet too. So for the word fresh, you're cutting out 1 3/4 by 1 1/2. For the word cut, you're going to cut out 1 1/4 by 1 1/4. So that would be 1 1/4 by 1 1/4. And the word flowers, which I glued down already, it's 1 1/4 by 2 1/8. So those are your background colors in order to glue those up. So while we're here, I am going to glue those up. And I did a textured piece of paper. Let me use my tweezers right there. I did do a textured piece of paper, and you can ink this as well as that if you'd like. Completely up to you. For right now, I'm not going to do that. And I'm going to use that guy. And then we're going to eyeball that and put that down right there. So we've got fresh, we've got cut, and we've got flowers ready to go. I'm going to move this off to the side. Well, before I do that, we're going to cut our base. Our black paper is going to be our base. So we are going to measure out on your cardstock 7 3/4. You are going to measure that out. You're going to cut it, and then you're going to put this guy aside. You get to do whatever you want with that. Fold this one in half. So I'm going to put this aside while I show you. That's what that is. Now remember, when you fold it, I always like to do a soft fold before I completely match that up, then take my bone folder and do a more solid crease right there, just to make sure it folds exactly where I want to. And we're going to produce a horizontal card that actually opens up, so you can put another sentiment or whatever you'd like in this particular one. So I'm going to put that off to the side, and then I see my mark right there. So I'm going to turn that over so you don't see my dash mark. And then on this piece, as you notice, you're going to have a gray piece, or if you chose a different color, that's fine. So that one is already cut out, and I'm not going to ink that. That size is 3.5 by 8 1/16. And if you notice, that's going to come very close to the edges all the way around. So that one's just a little bit of a tighter fit. So we're going to cut that out and layer that up. Maybe not that side, in just one moment. Then you're going to take your ivory piece. Now, when you run this piece through the die cut machine, you are going to put, because I want those 3 squares cut out within the entire shape. So that's got to go through your die cut machine. And this is possibly where you want to use that tape. It's up to you how you want to put that through. And if it shifts a little bit, just know that your squares, your wavy inside squares, are going to be shifting. So I ran this through exactly like that. So I purposely got those particular wavy squares cut on the inside, because I'm creating an element in here where I've got basically a window type of look. So earlier we just ran that through the machine, and then that to get 2 different pieces. So we're trying to maximize this little guy, what you've got going through there. So that got cut out, which we are going to layer up as well. And then Fussy cut out one of your trucks, and my sample is the gray, and the one I'm going to use right now is the turquoise. So that guy got cut up. We are going to pop this one up. So now all we got to do is layer this little guy up, and it's going to be ready. So we're going to put that down there so we know what the goal is. That one is facing you, so I know exactly which way I'm going. And, oh, my tape runner. Hello. Yes. Okay, so we're going to put a little bit of tape on this guy. And again, I'm eyeballing it. If you want to ink, that's completely up to you. All right, so we got that guy down, all adhered. Now we're going to do this guy. You can, if this is too thin for you to area, you want to do liquid glue, completely up to you. I'm just going to pop a few areas with the tape runner. I'm not going to take this full on line because again, I want that little bubble lace to pop up. I am going to run a little strip down the center, and I'm just marking it with a couple of different pieces right there so I get the essence of adhering it. Yes, I got that all correct. Okay, so that guy is going to come down, and I'm eyeballing that, and I've got a little bit of my lace popping off. All the way around. Okay, so I put glue right there. So it is a little bit lifted right there. I want that look because I want that little fluffiness of that lace, and it gives another element and dimension to your card. All right, so you got your 3 windows. You can choose to do something else if you like. If you want to do another card, think about maybe weaving something through there and coming out and having tails, making it a vertical card of some sort. So you've got lots of options with this particular die. All right, so now what we're going to do next is lay out where the truck is going to go. I like to stage things out before I actually put everything on. So on my sample, I've got it a little bit, I guess. So I want my flowers to pop up sort of in this area, and fresh and cut. Again, I put things on an angle. This one's straight, or you can turn it. You can connect these pieces a little bit like that. I just like it to, that's overlapping that. That's going to go right there kind of at an angle. So your eyeball has to kind of play all the way through that card. And then flowers, I am going to put on a little bit of an angle right there. So you do have open spaces. Your eye is very busy on this card. There's lots to look at, even though we don't have very many pieces up here. So the next thing you want to do is arrange how your flowers are going to go. We're going to put 5 in here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and do our little accent piece right here. So you can put them in any order you like. Everybody's got their 6 little small flowers we're going to use. And at the moment, we're going to foam dot this guy up. We're going to put the big squares because I'm good if the whole entire thing is completely popped up and no little wiggles anywhere. Okay, so this guy's, whoa, this guy's really gonna be pop dotted. I probably could have put another one right there, but we're not going to. All right, so I just want to make sure that's where I want it. I do want that little guy right there. And in my sample, I'm a little bit more, my sample's a little bit more to your right. I'm going to center this one a little bit more because I want, yeah, I want my flowers right there. So before we do that, I'm going to put down fresh cut so I know where that guy's going to go. Okay, I'm just going to leave that. I didn't seal that just yet because I might want to put this guy down and tuck that, which I think I do. Just a little bit of the corner, just to make it a little bit interesting right there, because the flower over here is going to have a little flower, so there's nothing interesting going on right here. So I just connected those 2 pieces. So we're going to take this one. We're going to glue that guy up. We're going to tuck so it just kind of hides that little corner because I want my flower right there. Okay, and then got that guy right there. So I'm going to arrange probably, what do I want to pop out? My little rhinestone's a little shoddy right there. I think I'm going to put the orange right there. So that brings your eyeball right there. Now, we are going to do liquid glue. I'm going to do 1, 2, 3 spots of liquid glue, and then I'm going to put a pop dot right here and right here. I don't know if you guys can see that, right here and right here. So those flowers actually pop and are equal with the truck. So let's do 1, 2, 3. And I'm okay if they're a little bit closer together so the flowers overlap each other. And I think we're going to do pink on the end. We're going to do a turquoise in the middle. You know what? No, I want turquoise right there. And I want this guy to go right there. And okay, that one's going to go right there. Now, what I'm going to do is take a square, and I'm actually going to cut it in half right there. And I'm going to put a square right there. Well, half of a pop square. And then I'm going to take these guys off ever so gently. Probably should have done that before I put that down. Okay, so I'm giving it a little bit of space. Where did that guy come from? Okay, so then what I'm going to do is put my flower right here so it just overlaps ever so tiny, but it's at the same level as that, and it does have a little bit of support right there. And then a little bit right there. And then I'm going to take my liquid glue. I'm going to dot that little guy. You can certainly use the zip dry also if that makes you feel more comfortable, or whatever type of liquid glue you have. And then my particular flower right there, and I'm just going to smash that down. All right, this is our sample. And then this is the one that we just made. So we've got turquoise, we've got a different color truck, and we've got the 3D element with the flowers, and it's all popped up and ready to be mailed. Okay, we are back. We are going to do our last card, Live Life in Full Bloom. And if you notice, it's a flat panel card, which we're going to do. And then we're going to be using all of these particular pieces that look like planks. And I just figured it out. You know, you learn something every day. You could cut this whole entire unit out and you can ink it, or you can cut each particular panel like I did right here. But we'll go over that in just a minute. So the card, we are going to use our big flower. So I'm just going to shift this guy to the side because everybody got different types of flowers. So we've got some that look a little bit on the brighter, smaller size. We've got some that are completely equal. You can mix them up. We do want the element of 3 so your eye travels appropriately. We've got some that might look like this where you could put a larger one in the middle and then 2 smaller ones on the side to buffer that guy up. We have this, which is actually alike as well. So you choose whatever color scheme that you want to do, but you're going to be using 3 colors, 3 flowers, and today I'm going to use those guys. So whoever's got this one, woohoo! So we're going to be using that. And then remember earlier we cut out our chipboard. You either cut out 1 to do the first card, and I said set it aside, or you cut out 2. 3 3/4. This one is a little bit larger panel. I did it on purpose so you could see this, and then your eye draws to particularly this look, what we're going to draw our eye to, or you can do it at 3 1/2. It's completely up to you. And then you're going to take this particular, the outside die, you're going to cut with your ivory piece, just 1 piece, go through your die cut machine. So that one is cut out, this guy's cut out. We're not going to ink either one of these. So while we're right here, I'm actually going to glue that guy down so that step is out of the way. And we're going to center that the best we can right there. So then our base is all prepared. Now I'm just going to put that guy to the side. So I inked up already the Live Life in Full Bloom. So I inked it up right here. I used dried oregano color and I just opened it up and inked all around the edges. Put that guy off to the side. If you want to line this with another piece of paper, completely up to you. For the sample, we're not going, well, what we're doing today, we're not going to do that. We're just going to stick to inking this guy up. And then these particular pieces, I'm going to use a soft suede, some sort of brown, whatever color you want to do to ink it. I laid it out into the same order that I had right here, but it, like I said, it just dawned on me that I could have inked the entire thing and then cut the thing out, which, you know, sometimes I like to complicate things because that's just what happens right there. I am going to use my finger dauber on this particular one because I don't want to take this, turn it over and go like that. I actually do want to use my finger dauber, and I'm just going to show you how I'm going to ink one right now, and I'm going to take a little bit off to the side just so I can not have a dark blot on that particular thing. So I want to get the excess off first, and I'm going to just go ahead and ink however dark you want it. It's completely up to you, and then you can also take it and then draw your ink across so you do get a different type of look on that. So how you ink is completely up to you. If you want to pick it up and then do a little bit harder around the edges also, that's completely up to you. So we're just going to ink one together. We'll give a little bit of a darkness to this particular one. And I prefer my fingernails not be brown today. I did do a little neutral color today. Okay, so I don't like what I did right there, but it's going to be all chopped up anyway, which I'm going to show you how. So go ahead and ink up all the rest of yours. Put it on pause real quick. Okay, so we inked all of our pieces. As you notice, you can see on my little piece of paper right here. And yes, I got a few dauber on here, and I actually inked up. I daubered onto the piece and then drag it also, as well as did some darker pieces, and a couple of them I did edges. So just so you know, inking them up is completely a different style. It just gives it a different look. It gives it a different texture, but you do want to ink up your planks. And then I went ahead and cut them, and I left the pieces here, and I laid out just the first grouping right here. I did not glue anything down. Now, how you lay them out and space them, let me explain to you. I'm going to take my little tweezers and point. So you have 12 dots right here coming all the way up. I want to work within the space that I'm using right here. So you've got 5 rows of planks. So I started with the middle one, and 6 up, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is kind of where I'm putting my middle one, the 6 and 7 coming from bottom up. So I laid my plank down right there. Now, if you want to mix them up and play with them, that's completely up to you guys. I'm very type A, so I laid it out like this, and I'm going to do it like that, and that's how my sample is going to be. If you want to mix it up, great. The point is, can you back up just a minute? The point was to get a little bit of movement going on in your card. You've got planking that, yes, you could stamp on there, but this gives it a 3D element. So it changes up the look at it, gives it another texture, gives it another element of look where your eye is going to draw. So if you want to mix up your planks, completely up to you. I'm just showing you what I'm going to do and the theory behind what I'm doing. Exactly. So my first set of planks are all laid out right here. So I'm going to tape runner these down. If you want to use a liquid glue, because that's a little bit easier for you, you can do that as well. But I have my road map right here, and then I can go in and put my other planks. So go ahead and put that on pause. Okay, so I glued down all of my pieces right here. And if you notice, I did expand it out and leave some spaces, and I didn't go exactly even over here. This one's a little bit less, well, it's a little bit more lined up, but you can go ahead and play with your edges right in there. As you can see on the samples, they're not all completely lined up. It just gives a little bit of a planking not an even perfect look, because a brick wall wouldn't be an even perfect look like that. So a little bit of space all in here, and I'm just going to glue this last piece down just to show you what I was playing with. And we'll just put that guy right there. So all of my inked planking is down. We've got that ivory piece down. So now we want to lay out the flowers, and depending upon which set of flowers you have, you can change it up with a slight triangle. If you want to lay out your pattern just a little bit different, you could do something like that. You could definitely do your straight across right there. But if your flower size isn't exactly as large as that one, you can definitely play with what you're doing. So I'm just going to repeat straight in the middle like that, but you can think about different ideas. And then we're going to glue down the Live Life in Full Bloom. And let's see, I'm going to play up here with the planks, play right there, Live Life in, play right there. So I'm going to stick within the planking right here. And then on my sample, you'll notice I connected these two together like that. We can do that again right here, but you've got a little bit of space, so you could elongate it as well. So I'll decide by the time I get there. So I am going to put liquid glue down for the flowers. That seems to work a little bit better. For the interest of time, I'm just going to do Zig right now, but zip dry definitely holds quite well. A tape runner with liquid flowers, I would say not so much, but we're going to do that. Pop that guy in, and we're actually going to do this guy right there. I'm doing this one last on purpose because I want those to go over that, whereas my sample, I popped these guys down below and that one on top, but you can certainly do it the opposite way. So I want my purple one to be the star of the show right here. So it's going to get completely center stage. Now, depending upon what size flowers you have, more of your planking is going to show, or the little spaces in it too. It is completely up to you how that lays out, as well as what size flowers, you're going to get. So I'm going to be taping, taping those guys. And then all of these are flat because I do want my raised element to be the flowers right there. So we're going to, I'm going to bring this guy out a little bit so it hits the bubbles. A little bit of lace. I didn't even think that got there. There we go. And then that. So bing, 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 your eye zips around right there. And then we're going to do this. Let me see. Yeah, I think we're going to nest these guys together. So I'm going to bring this right here. So I've got my little angle right here. And I'm going to spread that out just a little bit more. So I overlapped my sample a little bit more and closer together to kind of be in line with the flowers. I elongated it right here so your eye can go live life. Ooh, look at all the flowers in full bloom. So there we go. That particular flat panel is done. I'm going to move these guys aside. Again, this is your die that you use several different ways today. One die, you have 3 completely different looks. So that is our sample. This is our one we just made. This would be the sample. And that's the one we just made. Put that down right here. This is our sample. And then that would be the one that, yep, I think that's the way I did it. The one that we just made. Now you've got completely different looks. So you get to decide which style is your favorite. And then they're all ready for mailing. So let's just talk real quick about mailing, because we've got 2 different envelopes because these are slimline cards. We've got a diagalope, which remember is a little bit larger in case you do have a 3D element. You need room for a little bit of puff or shaker card. And then we've got the 4x9, just a simple template. So you've got that particular one, and then you've got this particular one. So let's show you, I wanted to show you the card The larger one, this would be the 𝐒𝐤𝐽𝐡, so you know that guy's in there and it has that flower in there. So it can definitely fit in this particular card, but as you can see, it's just a little bit snugger right there. So given that these are larger flowers in a 3D envelope, I would prefer mailing it in the 𝐒𝐤𝐽𝐡. Completely up to you. Maybe you don't even want to mail it. Maybe you just want to sit this out and enjoy it. So, all right, you guys, you enjoy all your cards and go make more with your die that you have, and we'll see you next time.
You're on.
Hi, I'm Kim from 𝐂𝐨𝐬𝐧𝐼 Creative Arts, and welcome back. I hope you enjoyed making your 3 different type of 𝐂𝐨𝐽𝐡 Slimline spring cards. So now you've got a die, you can make more cards. And speaking of dies, and speaking of new, we've got 5 new 𝐂𝐨𝐽𝐡 Slimline dies to share with you guys, and you get first dibs. So that's always exciting to be the first one to see something. And then if they sell out, they sell out. I can't share it with anybody else. So let's take a look at these fun little guys. All right, our first one is SJ77. Yes, they all have names on it, but we're getting so many of them, I have to number them. SJ77 on our website. It's a little bit of an oversized long ways, but obviously they're strips, so you can cut them any length that you want. And these are already pre-cut, so what is better than that? You get 4 of each size, so 3 different sizes to play with. So SJ77, super easy on that one. And then this is SJ78. Perfect time for spring, just in time for spring. It's got a nice fun ruffle on the edge. You got these stitched circles on the inside, and then little icons. You got a small flower, a little butterfly, and then a lovely little leaf. So that's those guys popping out right here, right there, and right there. And then you got stitched circles, which are always helpful. Perfect little size to go ahead and add on to something or do whatever you'd like with. Jumping over to SJ79, simple triple window envelope piece right here. Well, not envelope, but triple window pane, stitched squares. So those work nice together. And then you've got 3 icons in here also. This has got a nice, all 3 of them are stitched. So a little banner piece, a little postage stamp with fun little stitching on there. And then you've got the little, I don't know what to call that. A little pointy arrow-ish kind of thing. So these all layer up really nice together. So that is SJ79. And then coming down to the middle, this one's got lots of parts and pieces to it. I just love the clean little lines of these little tags or the little banner pieces on it. So you get 4 of those. This is SJ80, and it's an oversized piece too. The dimension is on the website. So you've got a larger base, you've got a little bit larger size ruffle piece in the middle, and then this rectangle piece that you can cut out as well. And then you've got this tag, which you can obviously put a ribbon or something through it, and then 4 different size ribbons. So SJ80, that one's a new one and an oversized. Well, all of them are new ones. And then this one just intrigues me. It is a set of 4. They're all some sort of crazy edge stitching, which I love this one. Look at how wavy and intricate that little line is right there. And then you've got a typical zigzag. This is SJ81, by the way. Now, this one is a stitched line because maybe you want to stitched in the middle of something. This is all dots. What am I going to do with dots? Well, guys, think about lifting something or a perforation where that could be ripped. But if you had like a stitched line next to this perforated line, it could be a folded envelope or folded cover of some sort. So that's what that little guy is. So I'm very anxious to get going on a project with this collection set. So this is SJ81. So 5 new ones, SJ77, 78, 79, 80, 81. You guys get first dibs on that. And then what else do we have on sale? Our handy dandy tape runner, which you guys just saw me use. This guy is going to be on sale for $1.50 while supplies last. This is a very good double-sided, obviously, tape runner, which is permanent and it is a straight line. And then what are the other deals going on? Well, dun-da-da-da. All right, 25% off the website, off regularly priced products, no double dipping. Use code SLIM25, 25, all caps, run it together. our website, free shipping over $59. And this sale is valid until March 25th. And then, of course, head on over to our Facebook page because we'll be doing some other March specials too. So you guys have a great rest of your day and happy spring.
Welcome back, everybody, and we want to thank Miss Kim and Jim, the camera operator from Tall Mouse, for showing us some amazing cards again. And you know what? I'll tell you what, everybody, this was the great thing to get in there is you got a die set, you know, and once again, it was something in there that you were able to put your hands on and use right away with your favorite machine that you did. And you got this sheet of all the goodies, all the different trucks and all the different sayings. So you got extra to do with that too. So my favorite card was I love the trucks. You know, I love the trucks. This reminds me of my grandfather's truck that he had. He had an old green Ford F-150, or I guess it was probably a 50 back then. I don't know. But I loved this, and I love the flowers in the back of the truck.
Pretty.
Thought that was really cute. But I love the diversity in using this die. You know, different ways. The card with the flowers on it. You know, showing using the inside section of the die, and she put the flower in there. Popped it out a little bit, really made this card. And I like using, you know, I like that sturdiness of the chipboard too, as far as the quality and the heaviness of the card. So I just love this, and this one obviously full of flowers and love too. All the bright colors, all these great spring projects. You know, this reminds me of a truck bringing the flowers in for the spring. But love it, love the flowers, and I just love, and I really appreciate Kim and Jim including the die, you know, because this so many tons of uses, you know, and you can using the insides, you know, using the insides of the dies. You can blank it out, however. So
I mean, that is so. I don't know about you all, but I love my dies. You never have enough dies, right?
No.
I mean, they are just so versatile and fun and easy to grab when you want to create and get your juices flowing. And you are going to love the website that they have. It just is filled with the most gorgeous dies. I mean, dies that you need, that are, you know, are ones that are staples. But then also ones that are really fun. Like the Disney and
they have that ta-da one that I love. You can build a stage, and you know, you get your characters. You could do the die and then do the stamping. You know that you had. So.
I loved that Kim was showing us her new dies, which I'm gonna go over again because SJ77 is just so amazing. SJ78 is like a spring die. SJ79 is a triple window with 3 icons. And then SJ81 and SJ80. Those are all new, awesome dies.
They keep adding dies. I mean, they're and they have such great specials.
I know, and they're the pricing. They have that bundle that is just, I think if you order that bundle, you also get free shipping. I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure about that. But like Kim said, us today, we're going to get first dibs on these new dies that haven't really been out there. So I'm just, go look at the website because they are amazing. Also, there's that tape runner. We all could use adhesive on the website. They also have different adhesive bundles, which is so good because we never could have enough. And they offer these really great big bundles. There's 2 different bundles. I looked at it and I was just like, what a great value.
Yeah.
That is amazing. If on the website, there's all kinds of awesome embossing folders. And the dies, like I said, there's Disney, there's shaker makers, there's tags, there's the semi-skinny gem, which is the like kind of smaller. Then there's the slim gem, there's background scene building, there's words and phrases, there's borders, and my favorite, Disney!
Yeah, there you go.
So you're going to want to get, and another one that I saw was sunglasses. There's, you know, for all your, you need sunglasses for all your little girls, or you could add those glasses to all those things. So look into those dies.
Those are fun.
I'm really fast. There's all kinds of embellishments. There's flowers, there's glitters, there's buttons, rhinestones, ribbons, sequins, stickers, twine. There's also jewelry, Dave. There's all kinds of really pretty, really cute bracelets and necklaces and earrings. And a lot of it has Disney theme, which, you know, I love.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
just,
And you can add all that to your projects too. There,
you really could, yeah. There's tools, there's pens, there's bone folders, scissors, reverse tweezers, flesh cutters, brushes, all kinds of things on the website. So the coupon code would really be good because you're going to want to visit and do some shopping, major shopping. So right now, Tall Mouse is offering 25% off of the website, which is off regular price products, using the coupon code SLIM25. Free shipping on orders over $59, and this will be valid until March 25th. So that is good, 25% off.
There you
that
go.
Is amazing.
I know, they always have great deals.
That is amazing. And like, woo,
Yeah,
you're going to want to go.
And, you know, the dies, after different dies, they keep adding those dies. So keep checking back.
Keep adding those dies. We are for it.
We'll help you get rid of them.
Yes.
All right, everybody. So thank you, Miss Kim and cameraman Jim, for that presentation. And now we are going to visit the one and only Stamp Anything, and we'll be back.
Hi everyone, and welcome to another Mega Make and Take at-home event. This is Stamp Anything, and we will be creating this slimline spring card today. So in your kit, you have your Molly Sunflower image. So I just went ahead and I stamped her on my cardstock that I'll be coloring on. I use Hammer Mill digital copy paper in the 100 pound. I am going to be doing a dark skin tone this time, so we will begin doing that using our E59. Try to leave your marker at a almost 90-degree angle, so you're using the tip of your marker to get a nice thin line with this E59, because this is your darkest color, and to blend it out, you don't want to have it too thick on your image. And we're going to do the light coming in from the left-hand side. So now we will go in with our E57. And we are going to go exactly on the lines we just put down and extending it out a little further. I like to put my shadow and my shadow colors when I'm deciding if I'm doing it with a light source. Just visually trying to figure out where the light would hit, where the darkest would be. And so on this time, since I am having the shadows on the left-hand side, you will see that I put my shadow marks on the undersides of her arms, the left side of her neck, and then more heavy on the left sides of her legs than her right side. Now we're going to go in with our E15, and again, I'm going over the previous layers that we just laid down and extending it a little further. Darker skin cones are a little bit more work in the blending than a lighter skin tone because they are the darker colors. So you really want to make sure that you are, in fact, going over the previous layers that you did and then extending it further. And that's what's going to give you an easier transition. Now we're on to our E33, which is going into our lighter colors of this dark skin tone. This is where the more caramel color starts to come into play with that highlight that will show through. But again, I am going over all of the layers that I've already put down and just extending it a little bit further. And now our final color is our 𝐒𝐒𝐿. And we're just going to finish blending out and filling in the rest of the space of our images area. If you've ever done a color along with me before, you know that I always do 2 layers, and that is just to make the blending more smooth. Your first layer is you just starting to saturate your paper and having your inks activate well. So by doing a second layer, the paper is already going to be wet from your ink, so that when you go ahead and do that second layer, it's all going to blend a lot more easily. So you can see she has a little bit of the shadow more to the one side than the other on the image. So now we're going to go back in, and the second layer always goes a lot faster than your first because you've already laid down your groundwork. So you're just going to repeat where you put that 𝐒𝐵9 on your first layer, just repeating that. But again, making it a thin line because this is the darkest color. You don't want it too thick because then it's going to be a lot harder to get that nice skin tone break that you want in the transition of your color. Now we're going to go with our 𝐒𝐵7. Back on top of that 𝐒𝐵9 we just laid down and just slightly extending it a little bit further, working out that blend. Now we're going to go in with our 𝐒𝐿5. And again, same thing, going on that previous layers and extending it out further. And you should be able to notice a difference between your first layer and your second layer, that the colors are now blending a little bit better and you don't have that really harsh line in there anymore. And that's because your paper is already saturated with the ink. Now we go into our 𝐒𝐿3. Just smoothing those lines out, getting that blend into that lighter caramel-y color of her skin tone. And then finishing it up with our 𝐒𝐿1. Blending out and finishing up, coloring in the area. And if you find you have to work a little bit harder getting the blending smooth, just keep going over it back and forth until you get the look that you want. So there is her body. And now we repeat using the same color combination, but we will add in some colors for her cheeks. But it's the same concept. You're going to lay down your 𝐒𝐵9 where you think your shadows are going to be. And again, this is your thinnest line you're going to be putting down because it would be too thick to be blending out if you made it really thick on her. So there's your 𝐒𝐵9. Now we're going to go in with our 𝐒𝐵7. And I'm just literally going over that 𝐒𝐵9 and just extending the line a little bit more. Since her face is a bigger area to color than her little arms and her legs, your lines are going to be bigger, and your extensions going to go a little bit further out with these than they do on the legs because you have that much more room that you need to fill in. So now we're doing our 𝐒𝐿5, again, going over all of those previous layers and extending. And you will notice on the first layer in her face, it's going to look more choppy and uneven than it did when you were doing her body. And that again is because it's a bigger space to fill. So you need to be putting down your inks. It's going to not look, you know, so pretty on that first layer because it's not going to be all saturating and melding together. And that is why when you go in with that second layer, it's going to help smooth it all out. And you definitely notice that a lot more on your bigger areas. So with my 𝐒33 here, I am just going around the part of her eye so I can keep that white area around her eye. And then I'm going to go ahead and start going over those past colors and extending it further, working my color into the blend. And you'll see that it's not going to be as smooth, but you fix all that with your second layer. So now that 𝐒31 coming down the side of her face, underneath her mouth areas, and then blending in the rest of the face. So there's more of the lighter browns in her face than they are in her legs, only because, again, it is a larger area, and those darker colors are just to hint where the shading is falling on her face. And you do have to work it a little bit more, like I said, because it is a larger area than the arms and the legs. Okay, so that would be our layer 1. And we're going to go ahead and add in some cheek colors for her really quick, which is with our R22 and our R32. So I'm just going down a little area of the side of her face with that R22, and then I'm going to go and extend it further with my R32 to go further around the cheek area of her face. Like so. Okay, so now we are going to go ahead and start with our second layer of her skin. I'm just taking that 𝐒31 just to soften the edges of the cheek color. And then we're going to go in with that second layer, and it'll smooth out a lot of the blotchiness and the hardness of some of the lines. So back in with that 𝐒59, just adding in that hint of the darkest area under her hairline for that shadow bit. And then going in with our 𝐒57 and blending it out. And then we're going to take our 𝐒15 and again go over the layers, extending further. And you'll see that these blends are a lot smoother on that second layer, like I said, due to your paper being already saturated with the ink. So now here is our 𝐒33, and we're going in with that, blending it down, taking our R22, doing her cheeks again, and just bringing that out. So that R22 is just to get that cheek color in there. And then you're going to go in with your 𝐒31 just to soften up the edges of that cheek color and then blend it back into the rest of her face. And you're just going to go over these areas a few times just to smooth out the transition. And like I said, sometimes it takes more work on the darker skin tones, but you just have to play with it. And it's always fun to learn new color combinations, and it's important for you to try new things in order to grow. So now we're going to go on to our next section. And we're just going to take an R17, do the little bit of a tongue on our little girl. I'm just coloring it in completely. And then I'm taking an R37 and I'm just hitting the right-hand side of her mouth, the tongue inside of her mouth, just to give it a little bit of a shadow on the side. Okay, so now we're going to go ahead and we're going to get started on our sunflower. And for this, you're going to need YR68, Y35, Y08, Y17, Y32, and YR31. So with my YR68, I am doing the underside petals, just again hitting up some areas on the sides where I think those top layers of the other petals are going to be overlapping onto the bottom ones, just so I can start creating that shadowy effect on that second layer of the underside of those petals. And that is with your YR68. And then I'm going to take my Y35 and I'm going to start blending out that YR68. So these under petals are going to have more of that golden yellowy color than the ones on our top. And you're just going to go ahead and hit those and the YR68, extending it out further. And now our Y08 is going to be the final blend on the little tip areas of the blending out of these underside petals on our flower. And there you go. There is your one section of petals for your sunflower. And now we're going to go in with Y17. And we're going to go ahead and start adding in, just like before, the side areas of the upper panel of our flower petals. And then we're going to take our Y32 and blend that out. So we're using our lighters on these top layers just so we can differentiate in the petals with more than just using the same colors over and over. And now you're going to take your YR31 which is our palest color that we'll be using here, and we're going to go ahead and now blend out the rest of those petals. It's not showing up so much on camera, but you should be able to see in your own coloring that you have a nice blend of the darker on the bottom with the lighters on the top. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we are going to go ahead and grab our E25 for the center of our sunflower, and we're just going to put down a nice little section of like a C shape on the left-hand side, and we're going to blend that out with our E23. So we're going from a darker to lighter, and this will be the middle section of our flower. And then our final color, our E55, to blend out the end part where the light would be hitting the most on this part of the center of our flower. Like so. And then we're just going to deepen it a little bit more. So back in with that E25, blend with our E23, and then our E55, finish the blend. Now we're going to get into the greens of our big leaf and our little stem here. So with our 𝐲_7, our darkest color, just like we did with her skin tone, everything's going to be falling on the left-hand side and then blending out to the lighter areas to the right. So I'm just laying down a thick area on the leaf, a small area on the stem, and then blending it out with 𝐲63. And then we're going to go in with our 𝐲61 just to lighten up the one side. And the YGs are a yellow-green, so these are a higher saturated number, so they are more of like a sagey type of green, as opposed to just using your green markers. That's why I like these ones. So back with that 𝐲67, just doing that second layer, adding back in that shadowy area on the left-hand side of your parts, and then blending it out with our 𝐲63. And then finishing up with our 𝐲61. And that will take care of your nice green leafy area of your sunflower girl. Okay, so now we're going to go ahead and move on to our next bit for her. And we are going to do her clothing. So now we're going to go ahead and grab our next set of colors. And we're going to go ahead and start adding a little bit more of a fun color to our girl, with it being spring and summery. So we're going to take our RV19. And we're just going to do her shoes really quick. So we're just going to add a little bit, probably about a third of the shoe in the RV17. And then you're going to extend it out with your RV04. And then the final third of her shoe, you're going to finish off with RV02. And now you just have a quick little blend from dark to light on her shoes. And the shoes are a small area, so that's why it doesn't take much to do her shoes. Now we're going to go ahead and do her little overalls. So we're going to take that RV17. And again, since we're working with the light, our shadows are going to be coming in from the left-hand side down. So we're going to hit more of the darker colors on the left side of her outfit, because that is where we're pulling all of our shadows from. So it's going to be all more to the left, and then it's going to blend into the lighter color to the right of her outfit. And now we're going to go in with that RV04. And I will tell you that blending RV17 and the RV04 does take a little bit more blending to do because it is a big jump in the number. So you just need to go over it a little bit more. And then you're going to take your RV02 and hit all the little highlighty areas. Your RV04 and your RV02 are going to blend really nice together. That RV17 is just to add those hints of the dark area in there. So I'm just filling in the rest of her little outfit here. And you can see we have a nice tone of going the dark into the light. And then we just want to emphasize it. So we go ahead and we do that second layer once again. So laying down that RV17 on the left-hand side for where our shadows are all hitting, which is going to be, you know, around her arm and down the right-hand side of her outfit. I'm sorry, left-hand side of her outfit. And then taking that RV04, blending it out. And then we're going to get to that RV02. And just finishing the blend. So she should have a really nice, cute, little pink jumper overalls outfit for her. And I just wanted to do that because I liked adding that nice pop of pink. Okay, so now we're going to go ahead and get started on the next section, which is going to be her little t-shirt area. And for that, we're going to take our B01. And we're just going to add a little line of the shadow area and then blend it out with our B00. And this you're going to fill in so it's only like a little less than half of the whole area in general. Because then you're going to take your colorless blender. And this colorless blender, I believe, was dry. Yeah, so I go and grab another colorless blender. And I'm going to push that blue back in to each other. So the left side of her shirt is going to have that little bit of the blue tinge to it, whereas the other side, the right-hand side, is not even going to be colored at all. It's going to be left completely uncolored, so that blue just gives the impression of a shadow on her shirt. Now we're going to start with her hair. So we're using our warm grays. So we're starting with our W10. And I'm just going to use the lines that are currently in her hair as a guideline, so I know where I am flicking the roots and the tips in each section of her hair. So just use whatever is drawn on your stamps when you're doing this technique so you can find the flow of how to flick. So we're just laying down the W10 on the roots and the tips of her hair, and we're just doing the one side at this moment. And then we're going to go in with a warm gray number 6, and we're going to go over that W10 and extend it further. And you're just going to keep repeating this process with the markers in this combination to get a nice dark hair tone for our little girl. And then we're going to take our W5 and let's see, where's the W5? And again, we're going to go ahead and repeat the process, going over the 2 layers that we just put down to extend it out further. So actually I switched to a W4 because my W5 was out of ink. And when I noticed that, you'll see here, I noticed it was too much of a jump in the color. It made her look more gray. So what I ended up doing is self-correcting with my T5. So if you have your W5, you would just do how we were before with that next level, then the W4. But I had to go back in with a T5 just to kind of bridge the gap of where my W5 fell short. Because I didn't want her to look like an gray-haired lady. So I had to fix that. So you would do W10, W6, W5, W4, and W2. And so now we're taking our last color, our W2, and we're just going to fill in all the rest of the gaps and merge the colors together by giving it a nice blend for her hair. And now we're going to start the process over with that W10. And I noticed that I forgot to do the underside of the hair on the back of her neck. So I just added that in real quick. And now I'm going to go do the tips and the roots on the opposite side of her hair. And by that cute little barrette she has in, because the shadows would be underneath that as well. And you don't have to worry so much about your coloring on the hair at this time about getting the great highlights in there because a lot of it is going to be actually covered up when we do the technique to give her her little curls. So you don't have to go crazy with this being perfectly blended because like a lot of it, almost all of it's going to end up covered up, but you just want that so in between your curls, depending on how tight or loose that you make them, the colors would hit in the areas so that you could see. But it's not going to make a big difference if you're using those tighter curls, so you don't have to go too crazy in trying to fix the hair in that capacity. So just finishing up with that W2. Like so, just to make sure I have no white showing, because she wouldn't have any white in her hair. And then I'm just going to really quickly, with that W6, finish the underside of her hair, because it would be the darkest underneath there as well. And now we need to do her cute little barrette, and I'm just going to have it match her outfit, so RV17. To color in the little flower, and then we're going to use that RVO2 just to give a little color onto the clip part of her hair. And now we're going to add some dimension to our sunflower. So we're going to take our E59, and we're just going to do some stippling dots in the center of our flower, but on the left-hand side where the shadowy part is. This is just going to add some texture to your image. It draws the eye to certain areas, and it just gives it texture, like so. And then I'm going to go in with that E15, and I'm going to do the same thing. Now, obviously, the E15 on top of your E15 that you colored is not going to show up, so you're going to be putting that more into the lighter color of your brown. And then we're going to continue this technique in various spots on our petals as well. So we're going to go, and we're going to start with our darkest color, which oh, I'm sorry, here we are, 𝐲𝐢𝐭𝐡, that orangey color, the most dark color we have. And we're just gonna put these dots in where we had the darkest shadow areas on those under petals. And they're very sporadically done and they're very loosely done. It's just to help darken up the areas and add some texture to that. And then we're going to follow it up with our Y35. Again, just going over in those same areas. It's just going to intensify the shadow area and bring out more of it and bring more texture to your image. Now your Y17. And this is just a really quick and easy technique you can do on any of your coloring just to give it some added focus to certain areas. And then you can do the same with your greens. And again, putting your dots of YG67 on the area of what you colored of YG67 is not going to give you a very good effect. But it's good to start in those areas and then start to branch out so that it comes out more naturally, as opposed to if you just put it on that center area, because then you're going to have a harsh line. Okay, so now for her hair. For this technique, what you're going to need is some sort of fine tip or felt tip type pen. I have used ballpoint gel pens before as well, but I have these cute little spark. That's a lee pen, so it's got a really good fine point to it. You can also use the micron pens if you have that. They come in different point thicknesses. So you just want to see what you have and kind of do little squiggles on the side of your page so you can see how thick they're going to be. So that is my brown glitter pen. And then I have a lee pen, which is a finer tip. So you can see the difference in the swirls that I'm going to end up having. But hair comes in different textures. Not all the pieces are going to be the same. So I'm going to add both of these to my girl. So I'm taking my thicker brown glitter pen and I'm just making like wiggly lines going down on top of the lines that are already made on her hair from the stamp, but then also in between the sections of hair. And these are a very loose squiggly line. It's just to get the texture started. Because some of it is going to be what shows through when you do your next layer with your smaller pen. But you want loose curls and you want tight curls, and that's why I like doing both. So very loosely, just make these little wiggle lines all around her hair. The reason why I'm doing this in brown and not black is because I am going to come back with the black on that top layer. And I wanted brown to show through. If I did black on black, you're going to lose a lot of the wider wiggles that you're making because they would just end up being covered with your other black, and then you would have just been able to have eliminated one step completely. But I do like for other colors to show through, so that's why I did it in brown. Now for my hair, I am going to do spiral curls. And you can do the spiral curls if you like, or you can do them again in the wiggly. But I wanted her to have a really tight curl. So I am going to just do these little spiral curls. Again, I am just going over the lines that are already drawn on my stamp and filling in all of the areas, making them right next up to each other. They are going to overlap one another. That is how you get the super, super tight curl. But because you have these coils that you're making, in the circle part of your coils is where all that underneath hair that you colored and that brown is going to show through for you. And that's why if you just colored her hair in one flat toned color, you're not going to see the difference of the shades coming through the coils underneath. And so that's why we do that. And I also like to go off the stamp line on the edges because you wouldn't just have like that hard straight line. So you'll see that I do go off the edge of the stamp when I'm extending these coils to give like a little loose coil of a curl hanging off here and there. And yes, they are gonna, some of them will be getting cut off when we fussy cut around her. But it just makes it look a little bit more natural than if you had just stopped where the end of the stamp ends. So you're just going to continue this process of making these spiral curls section by section. I like to go over the line that's drawn first on my stamp, and then I like to fill in the sections in between the two areas. And that is all I'm doing. And again, depending on the thickness of the tip of the pen that you're using will determine how thick it's going to look on your project. And that's why I suggest you have a couple of different tips so you can make thicker curls or thinner curls just to whatever your preference might be. See, and I'm just continuing those spiral curls, filling in all of those areas. And just keep going around and around, filling up all the sections of her hair. You just want to make sure that each row hits and connects to the row next to it, so you don't have a big gap of a chunk of hair missing. And that is why it's okay and why I like to have them overlap just a little bit. That way I know I'm not going to have any funky gaps in her hair. Okay, and we're nearly done with this side of her hair. Just have this little last section to go. And there's the one that I did on the edge of the stamp. As you can see, it went over the line like so. So she has like that little curly part on the tops. Okay. And then you can't forget that little black back hair underneath the back side of her neck as well. And then you're going to go ahead and you're just going to continue this process to the other side as well of her hair. And I also like to have a couple little loose ringlets that actually fall on her face as well. So when you're doing those curly cues, just make one or two of them extend and go actually on her face skin. I just think that adds a cute little bit of more character and reality for her little hair, that she's got a couple little strands that fall across her face. Okay, and so we're just going to continue again that other side, just making our spiral coils. Round and around we go until we fill up all of these hair sections. You can practice on the side of your paper like I did to just see how loose that you want them. Totally up to you. But there you go. Super cute coiled hair. You can see some of the color shines through underneath. It doesn't all show up on camera, but you should still be able to see your hair shining underneath it. And then we're going to go ahead and eventually fussy cut her out.
Okay, so we are going to get started now doing our inking for our background of our image, of our card. And I'm going to be using some hybrid ink. And I cut a piece of watercolor paper to be the mask matte size of my card base. So I cut it to be 3.5 by 8, so 3.5 by 8. And now I am going to take some blue ink, and I am just going to go ahead and ink up my sky. Okay, so we're just going to ink up a nice blue spring sky. And then I'm going to take my stencil piece that has the biggest curve, because this is going to be my back hill. And I'm just trying to eyeball to make sure that I went far enough down with my blue. And so in this area right here, I could see I did not. So I'm just going to add my blue a little bit further down. And then I can put this back up here and see that I went far enough now. So that is your blue sky. And now I'm going to take one of my lighter greens. This is apple green in a hybrid ink. Again, you use what you have. And then I'm going to line up my stencil on the sides and the top as best as I can, so that I can start creating my little hill scene. And I'm actually going to take some tape just to hold my stencil down in place so it doesn't shift. Ooh, helps if you put it there so it doesn't shift too badly. Okay, so now I'm going to take my green and inking it up, and I'm just going to start putting down my hill layer like so. And I'm just going to bring it all the way down so that when I do my next layer, it'll be a buildup of the color, so that other layer of green can go on top of my first. And so now when I remove my stencil, I'm going to have a nice, beautiful hill and sky background. Then I'm going to take our other stencil piece, and this has the curve going in the opposite direction. That's going to go this way. Now, if you have only the one green ink, you can do this again, and you're just going to use a little bit of a heavier pressure so that this front piece stands out against that piece when you stencil it with the same ink. If you have different gradients of green inks, then by all means you can switch those over so you get a nice variation. So I'm just lining it up, flushing it to the bottom and to the sides so I have that nice little curve. And then I'm just gonna go ahead and lay this down as well. And now I'm gonna take my same ink, and now I am going to apply it. And I'm just gonna apply it a little bit more heavy-handed than I did that first time. And because you're using the same one, you should be able to see that, yes, you are indeed making it darker than that first layer you had. And this is only if you're using the same ink. You just want to make sure that you're adding it to make the next layer darker. If you're using a secondary color of a different green, then you wouldn't have to worry that at all, because it will be a different ink entirely. And then I'm just going to flip it up to see. Now over here, I love this. I got a nice crisp area, but over here I did not. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep inking it and hopefully get a nice variation. And if not, then I will go and grab another ink to make it darker. So now let's flip that up again and see what we have. And now, yeah, I definitely can see I have that curve there that I wanted. So now I can go ahead, very carefully, I'm going to pull up my tape. And now I have my 2 rolling hills. Okay, so now I'm going to add to the back of my area, I am going to add a nice bush into the background, and I'm going to have mine hanging over the edge of my card. I'm going to go grab a different color green ink. I could still do the same one if I wanted to, but I'm actually going to use one of my darker inks. It's a little bit of a more muted green. This is called Willow Bough. It has a more of a mossy type color tone to it. And since I have this like as it's further away, I want it to be a little bit darker. And then what I'm going to do here, I'm going to use 2 stencils at this point. I'm going to use my tape there, and then I'm going to grab, nope, that's not going to do it. I'm going to grab my stencil that we used up here. I'm going to flip it over and reverse it, just so I can kind of, not 100%, but kind of get it on that curve, because I want these to be like they're behind my hill. If I did it in front of the hill, it's going to have that cut off area look there. So I'm just going to eyeball it, hold it down in place, and I'm going to add my green ink to make my bushes. Oop, it just went under a little bit, so I might have just messed that up. Oh, no, there we go. And now I have cute little hills. It didn't match up 100%, and that's okay, because you can always take a smaller blending brush, if I can find my green one. Is this, let's see if this was my green. You can always take a smaller blending brush and kind of work it as best as you can to get it in there, like so. So there is our little rolling hill, and now we have a bush. Now we're going to go ahead and we're going to add our fence. Now our fence is on a slight curve, and that's so that you can get it to go on the hill as well. And like I said, it's a little bit of a transparent, not really, but you can see through it for the most part. I'm going to line that up as best as I can on the edge of my hill. Grab some tape again and tape it down. And I'm going to use one of my smaller brushes here, because when it's an open area, when I have less control, and sometimes what ends up happening is you get the little bit of a spray off of it, and then it's a light, but you'll see that bit of a mark on your paper project. So we don't want that to happen. So I'm taking our Pecan hybrid ink and a smaller brush this time. And you want to keep in mind that you have your background here. It's blue and green here, and then it fades into just the green. And the green here is lighter than the green here. So on my first go around, I'm just going to lay a light coat of my brown, just so I can see pressure-wise how much is needed to cover those background areas. And I'm going to need more pressure on this side because it had the darker blue and the green, and a lighter pressure on the right-hand side. But then I also want my fence to look the same, so I can't use the same pressure across the whole board, because then I want them to match up. So here I was a little bit darker, and now I'm just going to try and even out the tone as best as I can, so that all of my posts pretty much start to look the same. And it's supposed to be a wood post, so it's okay that you're going to have a little bit of variation in there. And there is our cute little fence for our hill. Okay. And now also on that stencil that has the bush, you also have little flowers. So you can add some flowers here as well. And we're going to go ahead and we're just going to add a couple flowers randomly placed. I'm actually going to use that dark green again. And when it's opened like this, I like to take my tape to mask off the bits I'm not going to be using. So I am going to take my tape and cover up the top parts of the flowers to start with, because I don't want to accidentally put them on anything. So I'm just going to take, and you can put your flowers on an angle on the hill, or you can put them down at the bottom, however you want to go ahead and add your flowers. So I'm just going to take my flowers. I don't want them too high up because it's going to be really hard if I wanted to make these in a light color to blend the flower bit on top of that fence. So I'm just going to bring them down here. Let's see. I'm going to just bring them down here. I'm going to have some overlapping going off my paper, and I'm just going to ink blend my stems down. Just like so. And now I have a row of little flowers started. And then I'm going to remove that tape. Can't grab the end because, okay, so I'm going to remove my tape. And now I'm going to mask off my stems because I don't need the stems. And I'm also going to mask off the circle bits. So now I'm using the bloomy part of my flower. And you can do them however you want. You can even make them different colors if you wanted. If you were going to do that, just make sure you mask off the ones, every other one or every third one, whatever you're deciding to do, so that you don't accidentally ink in to a different hole for a different one of your buds. So I'm going to do these in a pink, if I can get the pink. So this is Shocking Pink. And let me grab my small brush for that. Okay. And I am not going to use a lot of pressure on that because then I'm going to go back and do the centers, and the centers are going to be what's darker. So I'm going to really lightly just pounce in my color, just so I'm getting color down, but it's not going to be very dark. Just enough to give that pinky color that I want, but that I still have the flower shape. And now I'm going to remove that tape again. Ooh. Remove that tape, and now this time I need to mask off the tops and the bottom. So I need to grab another little piece of tape, mask off my bottom piece like so. Oh, that one went crooked. We don't want no stems showing. So let me just fix that right up. And now these are going to go into the center of your flowers like so. You can do these in a different color as well, but I'm just going to make them the same pink, but now I'm going to make it ink on ink of the same color. So now my centers are going to be darker than my outside. How cute is that? I mean, you can do a whole field of flowers if you'd like. And that is basically your background scene. And then you can jazz it up by using gel pens and stuff like these. So I'm going to actually add some texture to our wood fence. Let's see, I got a brown pen here. Let's see if the brown will show up. And I'm just going to add some wood grain. So it's adding a little bit of a shimmer as well as texture. And doing wood grain, it's a really loose feel. I just, you know, basically make squiggles and lines and a couple dots going in there. It's nothing fancy at all. Just don't make them as straight lines. And then every once in a while you have the ones that curve and come back. And then you always have your really cool knotted wood in the center, which is just a swirl, like so. So I'm just going to repeat these fun little lines throughout my fence. Okay. You can add textures to, oh, this is not a dark enough green. I don't know if I have a dark green. But you can make this into an apple bush if you wanted to. You can draw on cute little apples. I mean, you can do whatever you want. I'm just going to check on the side here how the greens work. So let's see if this one, we can just add texture into those lighter areas like so. And then here's a darker one. And I'm literally just making swirls and half circles and the letter C just to make it a little like a bush. Like so. And that's really all you need to do. You have another glitter pen, you can jazz up your flowers, but this is basically the back scene of our card. And now with your colored image, we're gonna go ahead and assemble. And that's it. Easy peasy.
Okay, so I went in and I fussy cut my image off camera. I am not a great fussy cutter. I'm very bad at fussy cutting, but I went ahead and I fussy cut her out. And I'm just going to find where I want her to be placed on my card. And I'm going to go and just add some foam tape to the back side of her. And I'm just going to get that prepped. And you can use foam dots, obviously. You don't have to foam dot her if you don't want to. You can just glue her down in place or tape her however you want. I always just like to add most of my images with foam tape just so that it gives my cards some dimension. I do like texture and stuff like that on my cards, so foam tape is my friend. So I'm just going to be placing down some pieces. Now her legs are super skinny, so what I'm going to end up doing for her legs is taking a piece of foam tape and cutting it in half, just so that I will eventually be able to also get her legs to stick down too. So just add your tape everywhere you need to make her nice and solid with some taping on the back. And then again, we're going to cut a length of foam tape in half to make these little strips to go down her legs. Some of our image stamps that come with dies the inside part of their legs are not always cut out. It depends on how the stamp's position is. So sometimes a regular strip of foam tape works perfect on the legs. But since I fussy cut her and I cut out the center of her legs, she's got tiny little skinny legs. Okay. So now we can go ahead and begin releasing our release tape and then putting her in position. So just getting that off, like so. Just want to make sure I don't lose any of it. Some of those were cut small. Okay, so now that I'm going to get this release tape done, I will just go ahead and figure out where I'm going to put her on my card. All right, that one doesn't want to come off. All right, now we got all our release tape off. This one. All right, so now positioning her on your card. Let's see, I think I want her to be right. Nope, I think I want her to be a little bit on top of that last fence post. So I'm going to go ahead, put her there. And then all I'm going to do is use that sentiment that came in your kit, glue it up to the left-hand side of the top of the card, and then glue this base onto a base card slimline. And that will give you your finished card. And I hope you enjoyed your time with me today. Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody, and Stamp Anything. Thank you for another awesome, great coloring tutorial lesson. I know Vicki has been doing a great job with that, and I know she loved the coloring, of course. And
I learned so much.
Yeah, and you are my sunshine. How wonderful. How springy is that? And there is Vickyville's favorite, a sunflower again on there. But love the coloring, of course, and then the card building. You know, you got the I'm calling it the stencils for doing that. You know, doing the layering, making it look hilly and everything. And then you got the stencils to where you added the flowers and the little fence. How cute is that? And you know, we were talking earlier about, you know, just look how layered, you know, this looks, but it still doesn't have that chunky on there.
That's true, yeah.
But I don't know, the fence is just so cute, and you know how she kind of made it curve around a little bit and then added the cute flowers there, and of course the sunflower. So everybody needs a little sunshine in their life, and
sure.
I'll tell you what, you want to check out her. You're going to want to check out all of her, anything you can get your hands on with Stamp Anything and her coloring techniques, for sure,
goodness.
Because they're phenomenal.
They are. I've learned so much coloring within this past events from Stamp Anything. I'm addicted.
Yeah, I know. And it's, you know, we've talked about it, you know, several times, but, you know, just the voice and the way she does it is just so awesome to learn from her. So
yes, she's a true artist.
Yes.
I mean, look at all the stamps, and I know the other day my daughter and I went on and we did some shopping, and I mean, it's just, David, it's just, there's so much. Like the website is so cute,
and tons of there's always new, you know, different dyes and some goodies.
So amazing on things that you don't even think about, and then you're like, oh my gosh, I need that. So one of those things is, because I was just talking to David about how I'm trying to figure out a way to, you know, house all of my dies because I really don't have a good system. I just have them all in a bin that I, you know, so I keep using the ones that are on the top. So
have to dig through. Huh?
Yeah. So she's has now a new die storage book. Now they come in 2 sizes, 1.5 inch or 1 inch. And there's also storage pockets that go into the folder. So there's a variety pack. There's a quad with 4 pockets, you know, on that sheet. There's a 10 pack of those. And then there's a quad with a 5 pack. And then there's other quads too that you could add to your folder to hold all your dies.
Wow.
So I thought that was really neat. I'm sure you could also add different, like if you wanted to do one for dies and then maybe also house maybe your stamps in there.
Yeah. You might want to have a different one for each like theme or something for sure.
Right.
So
and probably I'm now just thinking right now. I'm thinking
she's thinking how many 1.5 inch of those die things she's needing.
I was thinking maybe I would have it by company. Like
oh yeah,
just
that's
keep
true.
One for Stamp Anything, and you know keep one for another company. You know what I mean?
Because you probably buy certain types of dies or a certain look of a die or something from specific companies.
Exactly.
That's a good idea.
So I definitely have a Stamp Anything collection.
Yes.
So that would be awesome.
There you go. You could start filling that one up.
Yes,
right now.
for sure. Also, she has really cute new jelly hearts. They come in sapphire, magenta, lollipop, lemon, jade, deep purple, citrus, and candy pink. And they're so cute. They're like hearts. So you could add them to your shaker cards or, you know.
Yeah, nice.
There's also, this is something that I forget about because when I look on her website, I want that stamp like this day because I want to work on it, right? There's all kinds of digital downloads. So,
there you go.
You know, if you wanted to go home and you're like, I feel like having a new stamp, you could buy it digitally and then just print it and then color it. So there's all kinds of little cute chibi kids that you could add to that. There is that really neat gatefold accordion mini album that we had in the previous Mega.
That's got a ton of uses for sure.
I think that's something really like a must-have because you can make mini albums as gifts or you could put in your grandkids Easter baskets and do a little mini album for them or a friend. I think that's so cute.
That's a good idea.
There's all kinds of sprinkles mixes. I love them. I have all kinds of notes.
Those are the ones you
I know we're running out of time. There's chibi kids. There's diamonds. There's different paper 6x6 pads that are so cute, like in Welcome Spring or Luck of the Irish. I need that because I have all these St. Patrick's pictures now, right?
Yes.
There's the hybrid ink cubes, there's stencils, there's embossing powders, and what's really cool, I don't know if you guys noticed in the video while she was coloring, that sticky pad. You know when you're coloring and you're trying to ink and your ink pad's going everywhere because you don't have it but you want to keep on and you're trying to, she has that sticky pad so you could put it right on your desk. It won't move, and you put that little ink cube so you don't have to, it stays there. And all you do is take, if you need another color, you put it back, you put that one away and you use this, the same sticky pad, and you could ink your brush and go right to it without trying to navigate while the stamp pad's running all over your table.
How many, how we talked about, stamp pads just keeping track of the lids, especially those little ones, like you said, you'd be chasing them all over. That's
Anna,
great.
You are a complete genius.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Innovative. And,
my dad used to say, find a need and fill it.
There you go.
And that's exactly what Annie has done with that. I mean, goodness, that is amazing, right? And so you're going to want to visit the website because there's just, and then don't even get me started on the chibi kids.
I know. A chibi for every season.
I just want the whole, if I ever won the lottery, I'd be like, I'm going to buy the whole thing, right? So
shopping cart.
Yes. Boom. One of everything. Yes. Okay. So Stamp Anything's coupon code is get 20% off your next website order using the coupon code Sunflowers, and this will expire on March 28th, 2021. So that is awesome.
There you go. You got a week to shop.
Yes. Yep. And I'm telling you, everybody please go visit the website because there's just amazingness there.
Awesome. Well, great.
On all the vendors.
It is, yeah. We had great vendors today
Tonight,
for our
yes.
Mega Make and Take, you know, something for everybody. And,
Right.
and you know, if you have friends that haven't seen the Mega Make and Take, share it with them so
Yes.
they can get excited. And if you're watching today and you watch the projects or watch the presentations, we still do have some kits, some Mega Make and Take boxes left. So don't feel left out. You can grab yours today.
Right.
So,
And you know, I had one of my friends just was having a tough time. And I thought, you know what, I'm gonna send her a box so that she could just, it was, you know, after the fact,
yeah.
because I knew that she would probably, and I think that that's something that we could all do. Like if you know somebody that's kind of maybe, you know, just not doing good, or maybe going through a tough time, this is like a great gift because it gets their mind off of what they're going through.
A box of love.
Being artistic and, you know, just happy learning, and it's just something that is like a really great gift to, I think, for friends or family members that might need it, you know?
Take minds off of things. You know, we're all still going through some things.
Exactly.
So that's a great idea.
Right. So
great
we
idea.
do have them, like Dave said, available. Also, if you are interested, we have past projects that you could buy a la carte too, that, you know, maybe you have gone on our YouTube channel and something came up and you're like, oh my goodness, I really love that one.
Yeah.
Well, possibly, we may still have some of those in stock a la carte. So that's another option that maybe you'd want to use.
Yeah, very good. So all kinds of ways to get involved and do some great projects with some great vendors. So,
Exactly.
so thank you once again, Blank Page Muse. Stamp on it, Tall Mouse, and Stamp Anything. So hope you enjoyed today, and make sure, let me say that again. Make sure that you tune in to our next at-home event here at Stamp and Scrapbook Expo. Have a good day.
Bye. We love you.